Greetings, everyone, and welcome. Thank you all very much for coming to join me for a little bit more SMT3 Remaster. It's been a few days since I've touched this, but I think it's about time we came back to it because, or rather I, have let this fall by the wayside, and I don't want to do that. I've got a couple of games I'm working on right now that I would really like to finish. Fleetmaster Eddie, thank you so much for the resub. Welcome back, and Breakfast also thank you for the Tier 2 resub. How are you all doing? I hope everyone is safe and well. Breakfast, I still don't know why you put yourself through that. Well, King Titanite, don't worry. You're saved, because we have a couple of things to go over. Well, Sam, I mean, up to a point it does. Obviously, there comes a certain point when, it comes time to move on to something else, but for the time being, I think maybe it would be a good idea to just review where we're at party-wise here, because although I haven't been streaming this the past several days, and although I haven't been really playing it too much off camera other than to do some fusion and bring my current team up to speed, it won't hurt to recap where we left off, which was we had just gotten to the Ikebukuro prison after the fall of the Mantra, after the Mantra walked into Hikawa's trap. Oh, okay, Breakfast. I see the sort of situation you're talking about. Okay, that's fair, Breakfast. So, here's where we are with Demi-Fiend. We've got, I believe, every Magatama that's accessible to us at the moment. Although there are still a few things that I have to, or would like anyway, to learn. Yeah, King Titanite, that's the plan. As far as our party goes, though, I do want to go over some of the fusions that I've done in between the previous stream and this one. Because as nice as it is that this version of the game now enables you to manually choose what skills your fused demons inherit, there is still one problem that they haven't addressed, and they haven't changed it at all, in fact, since the original versions of this game, which is the random skill mutations that can sometimes happen on level up. Those are still random. They still happen on the same basis that they did before, and they are still, to this day, subject to some undocumented conditions and unusual quirks that I guess were never fully data mined or reverse engineered. So, no, I know how to control them, Titanite. The thing is, even knowing how to control them, you still end up having to do a lot of re-rolling and a lot of reloading your save file to get a level up again in order to trigger the skill to mutate in the first place. So that specifically is what I've been trying to do as much as possible of off camera, because while it does save a huge amount of time being able to choose the skills your demons inherit when you fuse them, Unfortunately, in order to fully optimize a given demon's moveset, you do still end up having to do a lot of save reloading to trigger skill mutations until you get the mutated skill that you want. And that, unfortunately, also still represents a very significant time sink, more so the more demons you want to optimize in that manner. Yeah, Sam, I wish that they had added some sort of option to the remaster of this game where whenever one of your demons does try to change a skill on level up, you get to choose which skill from the next rank it changes into. And that would have solved the problem. Or it would have done enough to solve the problem. I guess I would have been able to deal with still having to reload just for the opportunity to change a skill, but being able to choose what skill it changed into, I think, would have been enough. Well, King Titan Knight, yes, I have, but the consequence of that is we are at Ikebukuro Prison, and my save file is at 80 hours now. So, we've actually done probably 25, maybe 30 hours of this on stream, and almost all of the rest of that has been re-rolling this shit off stream so that you guys don't have to sit here hour after hour and watch it. So... Oh, no problem, Eddie. I'm really sorry to hear that. It sounds like they're over-relying on you way too much, and probably not hiring enough people because they'd rather not pay more than just you. Eddie, you've got to get out of there, man. You've got to tell your employers to get their shit together, or they're going to lose you too. But no worries, Eddie. Go, lurk, relax, rest, and please take care of yourself. So King Titan Knight, yes, I've ended up getting some very, very late game moves through skill mutation, although some of that was just coincidental. Like, I don't know how other people do it, but the way I do it is every time I level up a demon and a skill mutates into a skill that I want, great, I save the game. Anytime a skill mutates into a skill of the next rank that is also able to mutate and to continue ranking up, but that either isn't the skill I was looking for or that is on the way to the skill I was looking for, then I will go and update that demon's entry in the compendium, and if the next time that demon changes a skill, the skill changes into a really good skill that I wasn't necessarily looking for, but that I know I will eventually want, I will then fuse that demon into a different demon to carry over and preserve that skill, and then I'll withdraw that demon again from the compendium and resume re-rolling its skill mutation until I get the skill I do want. So, skills that I just sort of ended up with, even though I wasn't specifically looking for them, I did end up saving because I knew I would eventually want, like Debilitate, Tetrakarn, Makarakarn. And that's how I've ended up with relatively early game demons that have all these crazy skills, is I went back and pulled the skills from the junk demons I fused them onto to preserve them, and put them onto the demons I actually wanted to fuse with those particular skill sets. Hello, Clef. Welcome. Sam, ever since SMT Strange Journey, the Cathedral of Shadows has been part of the comp system instead of a place you visit in town. So especially in 4, they went wild with making some nice menu. Oh, okay. Well, I hope they carry those over in some way then, Sam. And Vice President Richard Hawk, thank you very much for the 21-month resub? You must be somebody who's changed their username, because I don't recognize that username, but I probably would know you by whatever username you changed it from. I also see that you're a fan of Metal Wolf Chaos. Anyway, thank you for the resub. I really appreciate that. Oh yeah, KR, you know, that famous Muppet song, Debilitate. Oh, okay, you're a lurker. Alright, well, I appreciate the resub, and I'm happy to have you whether you're lurking or not. I just... A 21-month resub makes me think I would have seen you in chat at least some point during that almost 2 years. But I guess you've just managed to stay off my radar for that long, so GG. You'd make a good spy. I can give you a reference if you want. I don't know why you would want that, though. This line of work isn't all it's cracked up to be in Hollywood. At least, not my particular field of it. So, Karasu Tengu here is still a work in progress. Anti-light and null fire, those skills I am still working on, and still planning on ranking them up. Momonofu is done. I went out of my way to fuse him, because if you let him transform into Arahabaki, he gains a whole bunch of additional weaknesses that are really, really crippling. Tiggles, thank you so much for the resub. Welcome back. Oh, okay, Sam. Well, that's encouraging. So, Momonofu I have set up for... And I go out of my way to always cover a demon's weaknesses, because in the mainline SMT games especially, having your weaknesses exploited is a death sentence. You do not want your enemies getting extra turns, or doing extra damage, or insta-killing you if your demons happen to be weak against that. And Fizz Drain is pretty much a universal necessity in this game, because every enemy uses a physical attack no matter what else they're capable of. And it just benefits you to cover that as soon as you possibly can, because Fizz Drain is the single easiest way of wasting the enemy team's turns and getting them to essentially spend entire rounds doing nothing and give you free attacks. Well, Shorkly, yes. Although, I've heard some anecdotal claims that that might have been nerfed in this version of the game, so I guess we'll find out when we get to that fight. But even there are things that you can do to, at the very least, help mitigate that. And I'm going to definitely be preparing for it as best I possibly can. Although, even so, I have to admit that those things are, somewhat limited. Oni is the same deal. I have Oni also set up for physical attacks. And unfortunately, Oni is not really an optimal demon for this, because he starts off with a bunch of skills that cannot rank up, and he doesn't learn any... I think he learns maybe one skill that can. So, no matter what you do, even under the best of circumstances, you're always going to be stuck with, at the very least, one or two of his starting moves, and or one or two of his the moves that he learns when he levels up. Oh, okay, Sam, you did all of that stuff. All right. Hello, D, welcome. Sam, I have been intending to go through the Kalpas that I have access to at this point. I don't even think we've gone down there to get the cutscene yet, which I meant to do. But I'd like to at least make a little bit of story progress first, so we're going to at least finish the Ikebukuro prison before we do that. I have also fused that starting pixie into Angel, and she now fills a similar sort of purpose to my Fomorian, or Fomer, as I think he's supposed to be called, where he's basically just a walking MP battery. And in his case, he has Estoma and Ribarama. In Angel's case, she now focuses more on being defensible in battle and having her weaknesses covered. You can fuse that Pixie, KR, you just can't sacrifice it. As long as you retain the original line of descent from that Pixie, as long as you don't use her as a sacrifice onto some other demon, you can fuse her. Hello, Reverend Savage. Welcome. So this basically is just a way that, since I'm playing on hard mode, this is a way that I have the ability to run from battles, and she also has Life Drain and Makatora as means of both managing her own MP and ensuring she's always topped up, but also of giving MP to other party members, because MP restoration items in this game, especially on hard mode, are very difficult to come by. No, King Titan Knight. I've been using the Grimoires because, in an ironic way, the Grimoires, first of all, they do what you could do to, what am I trying to say? You can give your demons bonus experience through fusion, and you can eventually, in fact, in that way, end up getting to a point where you can't fuse certain demons anymore because they've gained so much bonus experience that no matter what you fuse them with, they'll end up a higher level than your protagonist, and then you'll become unable to fuse them at all. Oh no, I'm not worried about that, King Titan Knight. I just think it's funny in a way, because if you want to catch up a low-level demon that you fuse, ordinarily, in the previous version of the game, the only way to do that would be to sacrifice another demon onto it that gave it a bunch of bonus experience to get it to level up. The Grimoires that you get from the DLC area basically allow you to do that exact same thing, just in a much more convenient and targeted way, where you don't have the inconvenience of having to measure exactly the amount of bonus experience that you're fusing onto a demon so that you get them just to the right level to match your protagonist, but not to over-level him so that the fusion becomes impossible. So the Grimoires give you a way of basically doing the same thing, but in a much more convenient and reliable way. Another thing they do is, because they enable you to give experience to your demons without gaining any experience on Demi-Fiend, they enable you to catch up your low-level demons to Demi-Fiend without having Demi-Fiend over-level the point in the game that you're at. So, I'm using them actually to help keep Demi-Fiend's level lower so that I don't end up having him out-level everything that's that we're fighting at the current point in the game. And in that way, they are really handy for hard mode runs and for kind of helping to preserve some of the difficulty in hard mode. Because I don't necessarily play on hard mode purely for the sake of hard mode. I play on hard mode just to offset the way that I normally like to play these games, which is absolute min-maxing, tons of theory crafting, as much optimization of demons' movesets and abilities as possible. And, I mean, that's just how I like to play, but I tend to find that when I play on normal difficulty, it just trivializes the difficulty of the game. So I use hard mode as a way of not necessarily increasing the challenge for challenge's sake, but as a way of kind of counterbalancing my preferred playstyle, you know? I know that probably sounds backward and counterintuitive, but yeah, King Titan Knight, exactly. And that math is just so irritating to do on top of all of the other things that the original versions of the game required you to just rely on RNG for. Kinda yes and no, King Titan Knight. Yeah, Chorkley, I kind of think Atlas has never really been very good at balancing the difficulty in its games. And even in Persona 5, with that merciless difficulty setting, that was supposed to be the hardest difficulty, merciless, and it actually ends up making the game easier. Especially if you run like a Lucky Punch crit build, although that got nerfed in Royal compared to Vanilla. And in Royal, it's no longer possible to achieve a 100% crit rate with Lucky Punch builds. Or Miracle Punch, I think. But for anybody who missed it before, I also am trying sort of an experimental format for a demon this time around, where I've got a demon dedicated exclusively to negotiation. And I chose Kikurihime for this because she learns Maiden Plea by leveling up, and that made it possible for me to cover her only weakness. And it's important that she only has one weakness, preferably none, but one weakness is manageable because that leaves essentially the remaining 7 slots for abilities that are really useful for negotiation, such as Charisma, Wine Party, Brainwash. I feel like this is the best combination of utilities for negotiation, because we've got Trade and Stone Hunt that let us get items and gemstones, potentially very good ones in certain cases, by negotiating with enemies. We've got Brainwash, which is guaranteed success in a negotiation with an enemy at least 10 levels below the user. We've got Wine Party, which is a whole bunch of negotiation abilities combined into one. We've got Intimidate, which basically forcibly persuades a demon 10 levels below the user, so it synergizes very well with Brainwash. There's Charisma, that gives you a 50% chance of instant guaranteed success on any other negotiation ability. And then there's Maiden Plea, which has, if not a guaranteed chance, then an extremely high chance of calming a demon that gets angry at you during negotiation. So, I've always felt like I wanted to try a setup like this and see if it actually made a significant amount of difference. And this playthrough is going to be my opportunity to do that. And then I've got a few other demons that... well, King Titanite, you start the negotiation with Demi-Fiend. And I'm pretty sure, I'm not 100% on this, but I'm pretty sure that whatever demon has the abilities like Wine Party and the intervention and support abilities, that demon, I thought, was capable of using them during the same negotiation. But even if not, you can just start negotiations with Demi-Fiend instead. And, well, just a bowl of soup. I don't know that I'm really part of the Nocturne community. I'm just a variety streamer who happens to enjoy JRPGs. But it can't interrupt its own negotiation. Okay, so then it's still useful at the very least for Demi-Fiend. And if nothing else, then you would want basically just a clone of this build, which I think would be easy enough to do. So that's fine. That'd be easy enough to put together. Hey, Sagari, welcome! So I've got a few other just miscellaneous... I set Principality up as a healer, but I always like to use Life Drain on my healers so that they don't have the problem of running out of MP mid-battle and not being able to heal. And Life Drain is a good match for magic-oriented demons anyway, because the damage that it deals, and therefore the amount of HP and MP that it steals, is modified by magic power. So demons with high magic tend to benefit more from it. And on a healer especially, where you really want to be able to stay topped up on MP and you have something to do during your off turns where you're not healing or buffing or debuffing. Life Drain gives you that way of helping to manage your MP, especially when you're using, oh, it's stronger, Sagari. In the Offshoot series in Persona, Debilitate is single target. In this game, it's team-wide. So it's an AoE. It affects the entire team that it targets. So, especially on demons like this that use really high MP cost spells like Prayer or Samarikarm or Debilitate, I feel like it's really important to have Life Drain as a way of managing the demon's own MP and not having to have Demi-Fiend waste turns using chakra drops. Well, nearly every boss does, Chorkley, yeah. Yes, King Titan Knight, that's the objective with, what's it called? Karasu Tengu, is, either anti-light or anti-fire. One of them, it doesn't really matter which one. One of those is going to become, Mediarama. And, then that way we'll have an out-of-battle healer as well, because, what King Titan Knight is talking about, for those of you who don't know, is the prayer skill is not usable outside of battle. It's in battle only. So, yes. Archangel, I have set up basically as a physical attacker as well. But in Archangel's case, since I ended up with extra slots that I didn't really have anything else to put there, I also gave him Debilitate. So he's now got a use for his MP other than just Focus, because Focus is 6 MP. And I feel like having 126 MP and only being able to use Focus is a little bit of a waste. So Debilitate gives him something that he can use during boss battles instead of just having all that MP just slowly chipped away by Focus. Just a bowl of soup, you can use skill mutations in order to get Dekaja and Dekunda early on. Although you can't do it at the very, very beginning. I think Demi-Fiend has to be at least level 7 in order for skill mutations to happen. Oh, Focus is 5 MP. I don't know why I thought it was 6. Well, the point stands. Focus is a tiny amount of MP, and having something else to spend that MP on is, I think, the most effective use of that demon's MP, because Archangel is a very, very distinctly physical-oriented demon. He does start with a couple of magic-based skills, which is silly. So, I always use him as a pure physical attacker, and then his MP goes to, first of all, Focus, and then second of all, Debilitate is a good use of it. And then this one, this was just a silly, fun thing I thought I would do to just have a magic-based nuker for trash groups of like low-level enemies on the field map. And I had intended to have Megiddola upgrade into Megiddola Own, but unfortunately this build ended up getting kind of sandbagged there, because even though this particular demon has never ranked up one of his skills in the time since I fused him, there appear to be some weird conditions I'm not sure I fully understand, where if a demon inherits a skill that was already powered up by a previous demon, it seems like sometimes, but not always, that demon then cannot power up another skill. So I had intended to have him power up Megiddola into Megiddola Own, but apparently he's already used up his one power-up, and I guess that ship has sailed, so we're stuck with Megiddola. But hopefully that will be enough. And I guess if it comes to it, I can just refuse him once I do have access to Megidolone. Yeah, Maryland, if you've been here for any of the prior discussion, you'll know that that probably won't be as much of an issue as you might have expected. You know me. You've been around long enough. King Titan Knight, you'd have given up either Debilitate or one of the... Oh, Tetrakarn or Makarakarn. Yeah, I agree. Tetrakarn, Makarakarn, or maybe earlier on, I think Tetraja is useful as well, because a lot of enemies, even starting in the mid-game, really like to use Hama and Mudo's skills, and yet Demi-Fiend doesn't get anything that protects him against both Hama and Mudo until very, very late. He gets a couple of Magatama that have protection against one or the other. I think Ankh has protection against light, and then Anathema has protection against dark. But neither of those Magatama actually teach him an ability like anti-dark or anti-light, never mind null dark or null light. You don't get those until way, way later. Yeah, Megidolone isn't a huge step up from Megidola, but yeah, Titan Knight, there are a bunch of known conditions that are well documented for having a demon be able to upgrade a skill rather than just mutate it, but there appear to be some conditions that aren't as well documented, and that the documentation that currently exists does not account for. So, I haven't yet tried out this build in battle, but we may have an opportunity just yet. Well, Dr. Servbot, I have heard that, but I'm not sure how true it is, and even if it is true, you're absolutely right, it certainly doesn't seem like it. Yeah, King Titan Knight, the anti-abilities are worthless, but until you get the nulls, they're all you've got, and, you know, they're better than nothing, even if not by much. So, until you have access to that, you pretty much have to know in advance which of the light or dark insta-kills the enemies you're going up against are going to be using, and then you just switch to that Magatama. But that really isn't ideal, and there are areas where enemies use both light and dark insta-kills, and it just doesn't help you. So, before anything else, let's just head back very briefly to the Cathedral of Shadows, because there were a couple of demons that I fused where... Well, that wouldn't be a problem, Maryland, if the SMT games would just stop insisting on using the mechanic where you get a game over if your protagonist gets KO'd. That's the bigger problem, I think. Oh, okay, and we have to update Angel. Severin, thank you so much for the resub. Welcome back. I really appreciate that.
Are you sure?
Okay, we'll update that. That's fine.
Are you sure?
Oh, good, Sam. They were only 30 years late to the party. Alright. Okay, Dees ends up being level 33. This is another fusion I did off camera. But we're gonna have to gain a couple of levels before we can withdraw her from the compendium. I wanted to, Yeah, Marilyn, this is the power of skill mutation. Skill mutation and, a significant amount of patience and an investment of time give you the ability to achieve builds like this fairly early in the game, where we've got all of the random target elemental nukes, the high tier ones, and each accompanying elemental boost ability on a demon that has no weaknesses. So I was intending to use her as my primary magic-based damage dealer for boss fights or groups of strong enemies, but I ended up having to gain a couple of extra levels on her using the grimoires, so she's stuck in the compendium until we get to level 33. But that won't be too much longer. Demi-Fiend is level 31, and Demi-Fiend, for some weird reason, levels up a lot faster than any of the actual demons. Oh, Dr. Servbot. Mitama Fusion only allows you to copy and paste movesets if the target demon has empty skill slots. Although, I guess if you just fuse a demon from scratch, or if you invite a demon, and then you want to give it additional abilities in its existing slots, yeah, I suppose you could. But actually, it's interesting you mentioned that, because...
Hello there. Got it.
Oh, wait, no, this is Shibuya. We need to go to Ginza. Because, yes, I did intend to go see if we could afford any Mitamas from the jewelry shop. And thank you for reminding me about that, Dr. Servbot. I almost went waltzing off to progress the story and forgot about that. Oh, yeah, King Titanite, that's not the best design choices, but I don't know, Atlas has some really weird ideas about some of the design choices they make, and that does not seem to have changed all that much, considering that some of those same ideas were still used in Persona 5 and Persona 5 Royal. Hello, Bone Score, welcome! Alright, so... Oh, okay, Nigi Mitama. Ah, but Nigi Mitama is the agility one, so it's worthless to us. Ah, yep, Dr. Servbot, I am a proponent of optimization. Okay, we can't afford Ara Mitama. We can afford Nigi Mitama, which I don't need. Kushi Mitama, I think, is the magic one. Yes, okay, and this one I do want, but this is level 32, so we can't buy it quite yet.
Well, take a...
Alright, blast it.
Anything else?
King Titanite, I think they all raise agility. But I believe there isn't a Mitama that raises vitality. Unless there's, unless there's one that has a secondary vitality, it might... Yeah, okay, Kushi Mitama is vitality secondary. And Saki Mitama is luck, which is worthless. And I mean, agility is also pretty much worthless. Alright. So, in other words, there's nothing else we can do here. Then, let's press on. Agility is not so much speed as it is turn order, Marilyn, but the formula that governs how much effect agility has on the other things that it's supposed to modify, like your accuracy and your evasion, is broken. Agility is worthless. And you eventually get to the point where agility becomes less effective the more you level up. And so you get to the point eventually where you level up enough that there's no difference between having 1 agility and having 40 agility. Oh, wow, Sam. Yeah, this is the level of control over fusion that I can get behind. Yeah, Maryland, unfortunately, the only skills in this game that actually matter are strength, magic, and vitality. Strength for physical-oriented demons, obviously. Magic for magic-oriented demons. And then vitality for pretty much everybody to increase their HP and defense. Wait a minute. Was it around here? Yes, okay, it was here. There's a mysterious wall. Will you use the Umugi stone? You use the Umugi stone. The building has been shrouded in a mirage. Oh, here we go. Oh, look! Look who it is. British Marsh, this game is all real world. There is no metaverse. It's just that the world has, entered a state where it is about to be recreated. Pass. And then we will have Karasu use Life Drain to get back that MP. And that is why Life Drain is so helpful on... Oh, God. That is why Life Drain is so helpful on your healers. And we got a turquoise. Very good. Is Estoma active? Yes, it is. Okay. Alright, I can't take it anymore. Are we mannequins made just to feel pain? Free us! Free me! I don't want to be sucked dry, Magatsuhi. I don't want to die! He's a high school student, Maryland, so somewhere around there, I think, yes. Ah, they're draining me alive! Free us, free me, And that is why Fizz Drain is such an important skill to have. Maryland, they're basically, not exactly fake humans, but they're sort of, they're made out of clay, and their souls are made from an amalgamation of human souls. Or in some cases, individual ones. This is Kabukicho Prison. The ex-mantra demons have now turned this... Huh? Strange, I thought someone was talking to me. I also love how the Mirage makes everything upside down. Which is how we're able to get past the rubble on the floor. Never mind climbing over it, just go into a mirage to reverse gravity, and then walk past the obstacle on the ceiling. Well, Soup, I mean, the complaint about the audio is legitimate. You would at least expect that in a remaster, they would also remaster the audio. So I get why people are complaining about it. What do we have here? Leave me alone. Okay. Oh, these are just... I keep forgetting these are copy-pasted events. I think for the moment we want to keep working our way down / up. I forget what Pisaka is weak against. Let's see. Oh, okay, well, that answers that. Everything in here hates fire. Oh, hey, look, it's Hee-Ho. The Mantra's headquarters were deserted, ho, so I came poking over here. But talk about scary, Hee-Ho. This place is the pits. I love how he's upside down when you talk to him. Yeah, Maryland, it's both encouraging and also somewhat sad and unfortunate that the modders in a particular game's or a particular developer's community so often seem to end up being the only ones who are willing to fix problems that the developers choose to ignore. I don't know, King Titanite. They never give a specific reason for it. Although I guess it's possible that, being a demon rather than just a disembodied spirit, maybe he has the ability to see where others don't. A mannequin is up to something secretive. Will you talk to him? Yes. Shit, a mantra demon? No, my spoon broke. Look what you did. I was almost done digging, too. It's your fault. I needed that spoon. I demand you take responsibility. I know. How about you get me another one? The collector mannequin should be around here somewhere. He has just about anything. Find him and grab a spoon. You got that? Remember, you did this. Wow, nice. The collector mannequin? I saw him as I was being dragged here. He must be below. Yeah, I think we have to get to him by falling through a hole in the floor. Once we leave... I want to see... I want to say this way. The mysterious wall is spewing smoke. Let's use the stone. The mirage is disappearing. And I'm pretty sure... No one is here. Alright. I'm pretty sure that... somewhere over here... there should be that hole in the floor. Yeah, okay, this is it. I believe we have to jump down here. Because I think... Yeah, these panels with the blinking red lights, these open shortcuts. And then I think there's another one over this way. Yes, okay. Oh, it's Yakshini. Oh, she has retaliate. Okay. Good to know. Well, that's... Okay, magic attacks only from now on. That was way too close. You know what? And actually... Where is Kamudo? Yeah, we need the physical resistance on Demi-Fiend. Because these guys are all mantra demons, they're all physically focused. The symbol next to money... No, that's not yen, Bone Scorer. That's a symbol for Maka. Which is the currency in this game. Well, or just a bunch of fiends with nulls for everything, King Titanite. Let's not forget Daisojo as a healer, with his ridiculous MP drain ability, plus Prayer and Samarakarm. Yeah, Sam, this place is really annoying to figure out on your first time through. Fortunately, this isn't my first rodeo. Well, hello, Fontes. Welcome. All right. Yeah, King Titanite, everybody has their preference. There are also some other really specific kind of silly builds that you can do. One of my favorites is Cert, because Cert is, as far as I know, the only demon whose standard attack command is elemental rather than physical. Cert's attack is fire elemental, and what you can do with Cert is you can give him well, Avenge and Fire Boost, yes, but also you can give him Attack All and Pierce. And what that does is it enables his normal attack to hit all enemies and pierce their defense. But because his attack is Fire Elemental, it doesn't pierce through physical defense, it pierces through fire defense instead. So it gives you a completely different set of utility against enemies that have Repel Fizz, where even where you can't use Pierce on any of your other demons or Demi-Fiend, Cert can usually pierce through it against those demons as well, because it goes through their fire defense. Which is just an unbelievable level of synergy, and I'm frankly astonished that they let that through QA. Mind you, I'm really glad they did. because there are so many fun things you can do with it. Alright. There's this. And I think... Yeah, okay. I think we want to go back around to one of those gates we just unlocked. Oh, King Titanite, it's quite possible he might. Okay, so we unlock this. Hello, Jalapeno! Welcome! Oh, yeah, Silent Moogle, if it was your first playthrough, some of the puzzles, and especially the mazes in this game, if for no other reason than due to the miserable encounter rate, are just horrible. There we go. Onyx and a life stone, very good. There's He-Ho. Ah, a save room. Okay. Let's make use of that. Yeah, Titanite, the fiends are pretty easy to miss. There are the few of them that get thrown into your path directly, like Hellrider and Daisojo and... Well, Daisojo maybe not directly, but obviously Matador, Hellrider, and one or two of the other ones, but some of them you really have to go out of your way to find. Map shows that this goes down. I think we should just be able to get back down from here. Because, yes, okay. Because now we need to go back into the Mirage, I think. Man, I just... Life Drain makes managing MP on hard mode so much less a hassle. Yeah, tactics, or else they're just scattered across the Vortex world in really inconvenient locations. think... Yeah, okay, we want to go around that hole in the floor. I think we want to get to that ladder. Okay, but we have to go around this way. Sir, that wasn't very nice. There we go. Oh look, more enemies that are weak against fire. Okay, so we're gonna put this into strength. And we need focus, so we're going to have to pick an element to get rid of. I think I'm going to keep fire, because I might have Demi-Fiend use Magma Axis this time around. So we'll hang on to it as long as it lasts. But as for the ice attacks, I don't think we terribly need them. Ice is not one of the optimal elements for Demi-Fiend. Yeah, King Titanite, I can, but I want to keep Demi-Fiend with attacks that use relatively little MP. Because all the attacks I have on my demons are the big ones that are really MP inefficient. And he's already got Tornado and Force Boost. So I feel like we've got big damage covered on him as it is. And I'm thinking to the future and looking toward Magma Axis and... basically, Zeo and Bufu skills. Yeah, you took the words right out of my mouth, King Titanite. So, those are going to be the ones that we get rid of, is electricity and ice. It's just unfortunate that once you've learned a move from a Magatama, you can never get it again. Because, I needed to equip Kamudo for protection against the enemy's physical attacks here, but I forgot that I had it equipped, and I learned focus a little bit earlier than I wanted to. Okay, I think we want to go this way.
I know you! You're the demon I met in the Great Underpass! Huh? A spoon? I see. Okay then. You did help me with the bill and all. Yeah, I could give you my spoon.
You obtained the spoon.
While you're at it, would you maybe mind rescuing me? While you're at it.
Yeah, I think we could swing that. Yeah, Titanite, doesn't the Gaia Magatama have some, like, serious weaknesses? Isn't it weak against light and dark or something like that? I don't remember exactly what, No rescuing, trapped forever. Wow, Sam. Right, I think we want to just hop down here. Yeah, King Titanite, like... You have to be absolutely sure that you're not going up against any enemies that, that use dark or light skills. Oh, Force 2 AMs. Wow. Yeah, its skills are decent, although by the time you learn them, you usually have access to better stuff. This is why having Fizz Drain is so crucial. Man, the sounds those guys make when they die. Tiggles, why not both? You could always use multi-twitch. I think we want to go down here. Oh, between Gaia Rage and Deadly Fury, probably Gaia Rage. King Titanite. Although I don't specifically remember... Hello, Mama Bonbon, welcome! I don't specifically remember which one has higher accuracy or crit rate, and that does figure in. Ah, gotcha, Tiggles. Did you bring me the spoon? Yes, I did. Whoa, this is one powerful spoon. The mannequin began digging. The hole was dug instantly. I love how, if you look at the hole, you can actually see pieces of rebar sticking out of the floor. There is no way this Chucklenuts dug that hole with a spoon. This is incredible. I dug that hole in a flash. All right, I'm out of here. See ya. The mannequin jumped into the hole. Okay, King Titanite. Honestly, in that case, I'm going to change my answer to Deadly Fury, because the crit rate, I would argue, is probably more important, and having a high crit rate on an AoE move all the more so. Because more crits equals less likely that enemies will survive to crit you back. But I think we want to leave the Mirage now. And now that we've un-upside-downed everything, I think we can go in here and... This is the hole that the mannequin jumped into, yes. We can use this. There we go. Now, this puts us... Oh, okay, I think this puts us on the opposite side of... You can hear a voice coming from somewhere. Damn it! I was able to escape from my cell, but I need to defeat Mizuchi to escape from the Mirage. Well, good job, dude. You tried. Yes, alright. So we bypass that obstacle, and then I think this just leads to the boss, doesn't it? Yeah. I think it should. Yes, alright. Mizuchi is on the floor above, but in the Mirage. Oh, here we go. Moves that these demons don't get when they join your party. Man, this is the worst, where you've got just random jobber demons using crap like Dragon Eye. Oh, great. Well... Goodness sake. Yeah, good. Good, you just keep wasting your turns doing that. We'll be over here. Jesus. Well, RPG Match, she would have been a jobber if not for Dragon Eye. When you give regular trash mobs the ability to just cheat and give themselves infinite turns, they're still jobbers. They're just jobbers that cheat. Yeah, RPG Matt, it's a boss-only skill that for some reason a regular enemy has. And King Titanite, you say it's not infinite turns knowing full well how the Mott fight works. You know better than that, King Titanite. Ah, stop it! Ah! Alright, Well, so Mott's not the only one then, King Titanite. That's what I mean by cheating, is when the enemy has an ability that gives it 4 extra turns, and then it uses 3 of those turns, and on the 4th turn it uses the ability again to give itself 4 more turns. Okay. Actually, we're not in the Mirage here, so we're not going to be able to access the boss, which means I think we have to... Yeah, RPG Matt. Skills and tactics, and not just a insta-win button that gives them a disproportionate advantage that is not achievable by the Demi-Fiend ever. Wait a minute. Oh, okay, I see. Now that we open the shortcut between the top floor and this, now we use this to enter the Mirage. I remember now. Repel or absorb, Julien. The problem is with bosses like Mott, where he'll just use Dragon Eye, or he uses Beast Eye, I think, and then he'll just do nothing but spam Megidolone. Which you can't nullify or absorb or repel. Yeah, you tell me, RPG Matt. Why can't Demi-Fiend learn Dragon Eye? What is she weak against? Lightning? Ice? I think she's ice-based. Yes, okay, it's lightning. Very good, and then... free crits. Okay, now we want to go back down here. Hello, DevTech, welcome! Pretty much RPG, Matt, yeah. Yeah, the developers of... and I'm not just talking about Atlas games, but any JRPG series back in the day. We're just like, yeah, no. How about if we force the player to take tons of damage? You there, I beg you to listen. You see those doors over there? Mizuchi, the boss of this prison, is in there. Defeat him and save Futomimi, please. Alright. The mannequin is unconscious. Alright, I guess they're all unconscious. Oh, that's right! I forgot Raiju was here. Alright, well, you know what? Okay, so Mizuchi uses ice, which means we're going to want... Watatsumi, I guess. You sense a strong power from beyond the door. Let's do this. Wow, RPG Matt. Damn you pests! You think you can beat me? Not a chance! I'll tear you apart! You think I'm an ordinary Mizuchi? You're wrong! I'm gonna torture you! Ha 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 ha! Disappointing that there's no voice acting for him. DevTech, thank you so much for the resub. I really appreciate that. DevTech, I will give you the same answer I give everyone who asks that question, and that is, it depends on how you want to support me. If you want your support to have some effect other than just giving me money, like if you want to continue using the channel emotes, then yes, subscribing is the way to go. Or if you want to give somebody else access to the emotes, gift a sub. If you want the highest amount of your money to go to the broadcaster, and I'm not talking just me here, but anyone you might be considering supporting on Twitch, then you would want to make a donation, because Twitch takes 50% of the proceeds from a tier 1 sub. So a $5 sub, $2.50 goes to the broadcaster, $2.50 goes to Twitch. With a donation, at least if you do it through PayPal, 97% or so of the money goes to the broadcaster, and then PayPal takes like a 3%, I think, processing fee. So it would be one or the other of those, DevTech, your preference. Oh, Julian, I appreciate the thought, but I'm not comfortable accepting gifts of consumable items from subscribers, because there's always the possibility of inoculation. Plus, there's the possibility of damage to the items during shipping, or having them get lost or stolen, especially during COVID. Alright, You know, King Titanite, there is a service called TreatStream. Dear God. There's a service called TreatStream which enables you to have food delivered to a broadcaster, but unfortunately they don't serve Germany. It does not work in Germany because I believe it's only available in North America. We want to blow away as much of his attack as we possibly can. Ah, very good, Julian. I hope you enjoy it. Curryverse can be really good. And we'll get a Rakunda on him. And a life drain. That's a pretty decent amount of MP we're getting back from him here. And again, and now he's going to waste his turn. So this time, we're going to use Makara-Khan. Very good indeed. And prayer. Huh? Are you getting bigger? Nah, must be my imagination. Amazing. But now he doesn't have nearly enough MP. Oh, already in effect, okay. Well, that's fine. We've ended up only needing 1 chakra drop instead of, like, 12. Drinky, it would have made sense that that was the case. You could have been forgiven for thinking that. But no, it's not. I swear you're getting bigger. Huh? You mean I'm shrinking? All right. Huh. Give me that MP. There he goes. You obtain the Magatama Miasma. The mirage is disappearing. And also helpful, King Titanite, because if you can get past Phase 1 quickly enough, you don't have to constantly deal with Bufudine spam. Also, let's, oh god. We have so long. We have so long before the stupid, the Kagutsuchi phase changes. We get these blasted mystic chests. DevTech Integrate is basically the actual remake of the original FF7, right? That's that one, isn't it? Where it's the original game, but just with updated graphics, the way that people thought the FF7 remake was going to be originally, because if so, then yes. Yeah, DevTech, I do plan on trying that out. But that's not scheduled to be... Oh, integrate is the PS5 DLC. Oh, okay, Marilyn. DevTech... Why would you lie to me? Alright, someone's lying to me. Hang on. Let's see. FF7 Integrate. I was hoping not to have to, Final Fantasy VII Remake Integrate. From the official PlayStation.com website, this is definitely related to the FF7 remake. Experience the city of Midgar like never before. Final Fantasy VII Remake Integrate is an enhanced and expanded version of the critically acclaimed and award-winning FF7 remake for PlayStation 5. FF7 Remake Integrate comes bundled with FF7R episode Intermission, featuring Yuffie as the main character, which includes an exhilarating new story arc and numerous gameplay additions for players to enjoy. Graphical gameplay and system enhancements, improved visuals, improved textures, lighting, and background environments. Players can switch between two game modes. Graphics mode prioritizes 4K high-res graphics. Performance mode prioritizes smooth action at 60 FPS. Extensive photo mode, capture and share your memorable moments from the game with a fully customizable photo mode. Yeah, tons of games seem to be doing that these days. DualSense enhancements. Players can enjoy immersive battles by using the DualSense wireless controller with its haptic feedback integration. I hate that, personally. I have it turned off. The new episode featuring Yuffie is a brand new adventure in the world of Final Fantasy VII Remake Integrate. Play as Yuffie Kisaragi as she infiltrates Midgar and conspires with Avalanche HQ to steal the ultimate materia from Shinra. Play alongside new characters, expanded gameplay, new combat and gameplay additions. Brings new perspective to the FF7 Remake story that cannot be missed. Oh, and of course, there's a standard edition and a digital deluxe edition. That only seems to include a digital art book and a mini soundtrack above and beyond the content of the base version. So, DevTech, with this in mind, to answer your question, I'm not sure that I have any additional motivation to play the FF7 remake. The other version, what was it? What was that other one called? Not Integrate, but... There's another version of FF7 that... that they announced last year, which is basically the original PS1 game, but with updated graphics and an updated... No, not Ever Crisis, Sargonix. There's a new one that was... was it Ever Crisis? Hang on, let me check. Let me see if Ever Crisis is the one I'm thinking of. Because actually it might be. Ever Crisis. Actually, it might be Ever Crisis, yeah. Mobile game, yes, alright. This looks like the one. Yeah, it was the one that was announced at State of Play, I think. Mobile game slated for release in 2022. iOS and Android. Yeah, I think it, there's... Yeah, okay. I'm pretty sure this is it. So, yeah, Ever Crisis, then. That's the one. The only problem is, Ever Crisis is only going to start off as a mobile game. So, hopefully, there will eventually be a release of it for literally anything else. Steam, consoles. Yeah, Ever Crisis is the one that I plan on playing if it ends up coming to a platform that I can play it on. As for Intergrade, I don't really have any particular interest in going back to revisit it, unless I can carry over the save data, like unless they let you carry over your save file from the original FF7 remake to FF7 Intergrade. Because if they let you carry over your save data, then fine, no problem. Otherwise, I'm not sure. Oh, they do, you can. Okay. Well, in that case, I might, then. Only because I was gonna say I really don't feel like having to start from scratch in FF7R, especially considering I've already gone to the trouble of doing all of the optional, like, post-game super bosses and all of that stuff, like, acquiring the Götterdämmerung and all of the other, post-game rewards and maxing out all of your weapons and all of that stuff. FF7R just got an update a couple of days ago just to move your save to PS5. Oh, okay. Alright, well, thank you all for letting me know. That's helpful. That actually, that might change my mind on trying out Intergrade, then. Alright. Alright, now we have to wait around for new Kagutsuchi. For goodness sake. Actually, no, you know what? Okay, Justice Flame, that's good to know. Thank you for the heads up on that. I appreciate that. Come on, Kagutsuchi. Actually, I think the minute we walk in here, we get taken out of the dungeon, if I remember correctly, so we're gonna get the chests first. Citizen Strife, so here's the deal. Hello, Mortiferu. Citizen Strife, in this game, physical ends up being the be-all and end-all, because physical skills have a support ability called Pierce that lets them bypass any level of defense against them, except for Repel Fizz. Magic abilities in this game, with only one demon as an exception, do not. This game also has Focus, which is the ability that lets you do 2.5 times normal damage with a physical attack next turn, but it does not have Mind Charge, which is the equivalent ability for magic. Furthermore, it also, toward the end of the game, for Demi-Fiend in particular, there are a bunch of unique physical abilities that are just better than any of the magical abilities he gets. But what ends up happening is, earlier in the game, he gets access to more powerful magic abilities much sooner than he gets access to powerful physical abilities. So, yeah, Drinky, it is, but Magma Axis is end game. So what ends up happening, Citizen Strife, is early in the game, you're better off going with a build like this one, where you get a bunch of elemental attacks and a bunch of elemental boosts to increase the damage of those elemental attacks. And then gradually, as you work your way through the game, you replace them with physical abilities as you gain access to good physical abilities. One of the exceptions that you might want to keep is Fire Boost, because Demi-Fiend does learn a unique fire elemental AoE later on that Drinky just mentioned called Magma Axis, which can be good, but you'll still never deal as much damage with it as you will with any of his unique physical skills, Focus, and Pierce. For your demons, though, when they become able to learn Pierce, physical damage almost always takes priority over... Oh, it's not an AoE, Drinky. For some reason, I thought it was an AoE. I don't know why I remember it being multi-target. Okay, well, scratch that then. It's a single target. But suffice to say, Citizen, magic is fine early on, but you eventually are just better off switching to physical. Furthermore, you should not level any of your protagonist's stats above 30, because at the end of the game, at least assuming you do all of the side content, there's a Magatama you get at the very end of the game that gives you +10 to all stats except luck, and luck is a worthless stat anyway. Don't bother ever putting points into luck or agility, because they don't really do anything. They're poorly programmed by someone who is incompetent, and luck is absolutely, it has no effect on anything. And agility, basically the amount of agility you start the game with, is generally enough for you to get to the end of the game with and not suffer any penalties. Agility does affect turn order, Jaded Rider, but other than that, it is supposed to affect accuracy and evasion, and it is also supposed to affect your success rate at running away if you're not playing on hard. But the formula that governs how much of an effect it has was written by a hack programmer who wrote it so that basically the higher your Demi-Fiend's level, and the higher the demon's level in general, the less of an effect agility actually has. So by the time you get to like level 60, 70, 80, where you're going to be when you get towards the end of the game, you get the same amount of bonus out of agility at 40 agility as you would if you had 1 agility. Well, yes, Nix, but that's just a technicality. There are actually the formulas... There was a Reddit post with those, which I will put here. So, for anyone who is curious, you can actually see for yourself why agility and luck are worthless and you should not invest points in them. Maybe, Citizen. If it was deliberate, Podlesh, it was incompetent. Luck, I have to think, is an oversight and was not intended to be left in that state. But agility, if it was deliberately programmed that way, it was programmed that way by somebody who didn't know what the hell they were doing and had no clue about game balance. Look at the formulas for yourselves and read the poster's summary of them, and you'll understand why. Hello, Devilish, welcome! Well, Jaded Writer, I mean, I suppose there's that possibility as well. There's certainly precedent for it. Yeah, Citizen, no problem. I recommend what you do early in the game is focus on magic, and also on a few points of vitality, because vitality will give you health, and it will also give you more defense. Podlish, there's definitely a fair share of dumb programming decisions in the Souls games, but the only thing that really comes close to the way that luck and agility are programmed in SMT3, as far as the Souls games are concerned, is the resistance stat in Dark Souls 1 and 2. Or Dark Souls 1, anyway. I don't even remember if there was a resistance stat in DS2. But those are very, very extreme cases, Podlesh. And just because it's standard doesn't mean that it does not reflect an outdated and ignorant view on game balance. Well, yeah, or dumb stuff like that, dank memes, yes. So, Citizen, for example... Julian, I feel like True Demon is a good first playthrough, because if you get everything on the True Demon path, then you'll have already access to the, well, ideally, as long as you go out of your way to get everything from the Kalpas, you'll have access to the Girime Kala with Pierce, and presumably you'll have access to other demons with Pierce that you'll have fused it onto. So that will position you to much more conveniently and easily go through the other storyline paths later. Citizen, as for some suggestions for builds, one of my preferred physical builds is something along these lines. Yeah, exactly, Julian. Because you won't necessarily be going all the way to the bottom of the Kalpa Labyrinth if you do any of the other storyline paths. So you might as well get it out of the way first and have access to all the stuff you get from it after your first playthrough, going into all of your next ones. Drinky, I have access to one. Hello, False Scott, welcome, and hello, Log, welcome as well. I mean, most of these games have unsettling settings, Log. That's kind of a common thread among the SMT games. Well, Scott, I'm pretty sure you've been here when I was streaming this before, haven't you? Yeah, Jaded Writer, it definitely does. It's a very good utility demon. Oh, just the OG one? Scott, okay. Maybe that's why I remember you being here while I was streaming this. Yeah, Am's the Great. I did it without a guide once on my first playthrough of the game, and after that I figured, you know what? I've done it once fair and square. This is just a horrible, annoying waste of time, these puzzles. And from now on, I'm going to just use the guide for it. Well, Log, this is actually the mainline series of which Persona is an offshoot. Remaster, False Scott, not a remake. That's important. And it definitely makes some improvements, although there are a lot of improvements it could have made that it didn't. Well, Noah Bad, Persona took off in popularity, really starting with Persona 3, and after that, when Atlus realized that Persona was where the big money was, Atlus, and I think also Sega, because Sega owns Atlus now, it basically, the focus shifted from the mainline series to Persona. And now there are all these Persona asset flips, like those stupid dancing games. And Persona Q. Oh yeah, Persona 4 Arena is a pretty cool game, dank memes. Alright. Vitality Incense. Sapphire. Jade, which is good because that'll let us get a Mitama. And a Pearl.
Ah. Are you a human? No. A demon. I see. You are the demi-fiend I prophesied about. Thank you for defeating Mizuchi. Now we can finally escape from this prison. My name is Futomimi. You may know it already, but I can see into the near future.
They never explain where he got this ability.
I've been waiting for you to come and save us. You, who are both human and demon. You may be interested to know that there is a young man trapped in the other room. It seems he came to see me, but he was also caught.
Man, freaking Isamu.
Ah, so he's your friend. You should see him then. I sense a strange energy in him. I am concerned about the other mannequins, so I must be going. Thank you again for saving us. Now, if you'll excuse me.
Futomimi pieced out. All right. Oh, hello, Isamu.
Well, look who finally decided to show up. Don't tell me you came to save me. Too little, too late, don't you think?
Hey, look, man. I'm sorry.
I don't want your apology. It doesn't change a goddamn thing. It's obvious I can't count on you or our teacher anymore. No one's gonna help me in this world. I'll have to survive on my own. When this world was created, I heard a voice that told me to search for the truth. At the time, I had no idea what that meant. While I was locked up in this room, it came to me. Truth isn't something other people can give. You have to find it within yourself. And and I open the way without relying on anyone. The Amalin network. What I'm looking for is in there. An awesome power that'll lead me to the truth.
He really is just reprising his role as Akechi here.
I hear it. It's calling to me.
Isamu bamfed out. Alright, well... no one is here. I love how there's an Amala terminal, but we can't even save. No one is here.
I have come again to thank you once more. We mannequins plan to leave the area.
Yeah, I bet you do! No one could blame you.
Together we will find a way to live without suffering. Let me prophesy your future as a token of my gratitude. A man. At Ginza. It seems that there is a man waiting for you at Ginza. Go and see him.
Hello, Giggle! Welcome!
We must get going now. Again, thank you so much.
Jaded, rent is getting too high for everybody.
If you'll excuse us.
Futomimi led the other mannequins out. And I'm pretty sure that we can just... oh yeah, the masochist, Julien. Yes, I remember him. Fortunately, one of the very few things they did give us, even in an old-school JRPG as a convenience, is some form of fast travel. Mind you, it's only one way. But... oh, hi, Hijiri.
It's you! So you made it out all right.
In a manner of speaking.
How'd you know I was here? I heard what Hikawa pulled off. Didn't think he'd wipe out the mantra completely.
Yeah, nobody saw that one coming.
That nightmare system. It's deadlier than I could have imagined. But I'm not giving up yet. If Hikawa makes a move, we may just find us some clues. Maybe we can figure out where the nightmare system is. Or at least find the maiden who's running it. Unfortunately, this terminal's under Nihilo control. Meaning I can't do much digging without raising a red flag. We need to find a terminal the Nihilo doesn't know about.
How do they not know about any of the terminals? I thought they set this whole network up.
Oh, remember those mannequins that were enslaved by the mantra? I heard they're rebuilding the town of Asakusa. There could be a Nihilo-free terminal over there.
Man, a Nihilo-free terminal sounds like a duty-free terminal. Like we're gonna go to Asakusa and buy some tax-free booze or something.
With the mantra out of the way, the road to Asakusa might have cleared up, but not enough for me to make it safely. Maybe I can get there with this terminal.
Okay, False Scott, good luck!
Shoot. I should just ask the guy right in front of me.
Hey, Floofin.
You, feel like going to Asakusa? If you could get there first and contact me through the Amala network, my job will be much easier. Besides, You're plenty strong. I'm sure you'll make it in one piece. Will you do it for me?
I guess so.
Thanks. Can't tell you how much I appreciate this. I'll tell you everything I find out there, so let's stay in touch, alright? I'll be waiting then. You should check out the tunnel in East Ikebukuro. If a rumor's true, it'll take you to Asakusa. I'll keep working on this terminal, but you'll probably have better luck than me.
Don't trip any alarms.
There's supposed to be a tunnel connecting East Ikebukuro and Asakusa. I'll be working on this terminal. The rest is... I just hope we can pinpoint the Nihilo before more bad shit happens.
Man, bad shit is always happening in the Vortex world. Oh, actually, we're about to hit level 33. Actually, before I forget, before anything else, since Iamante has no weaknesses, and it does give some resistance to, status ailments, we would be well served to put that on in the meantime. And I'm pretty sure that now we have to go through the subway tunnel, which I believe is a dark area. I don't think I have any demons with Lytoma. So I want to make sure I have at least a few of those items. Let's see, 5 light balls, 3 float balls. I don't really feel like that's enough. Decoy, thank you so much for the resub. Welcome back. Really appreciate that. Alright, so let's then... I'm trying to remember which shop would have those, and I want to say it's Ikebukuro. So let's go take a look. I hear Kabukicho's done for. At least that's what the mannequins were muttering about before they left. Guess that means I'm free to do whatever now.
Hello there. Huh?
Don't tell me you were just window shopping?
Hey-o.
Sheesh. Hey.
Hmm?
Okay. Oh, yeah,
Oh? That okay with you? Hmm? Oh? That okay with you?
Yeah, Julian, but fortunately we have a solution to that.
Oh? That okay with you? Hmm? Hey-o! A press?
And actually, I forgot to do that solution when I was in Ginza. So we're gonna have to go back. Decoy, I don't think I can access that shady vendor yet. And no, it would not have, because that vendor is, or that demon is like, I think 60,000 Maka? Anyway, it doesn't matter, because... we do have a solution. And that solution is the jewelry shop.
Welcome. Take a look.
So first of all...
That all? Take a look. Anything else? Take a look.
Yeah, look at this. We can stock up on items from here. Yeah, Julian, they are pretty handy.
Welcome
Right,
to
so
the
first
Cathedral
of
of
all-
Shadows, where demons gather.
Vitality and agility? Okay, that's not quite what I was looking for, but... Alright, well, we'll do this for now.
Are you sure?
I don't remember it being that early, Decoy. Well, Julian, that's no reason not to min-max. What the... did I not... Look. Get out of here. Well... Oh, goody, my luck increased by 1. Hooray. Freaking garbage. Well, Julian, the nice thing about the DLC areas, for whatever it's worth, is that they let you stay under level. They let you catch your demons up to Demi-Fiend without actually getting any experience for Demi-Fiend.
Take a look. Take a look. Take a look.
Alright, I'm trying to remember which one of these was magic. I guess... it wasn't Kushimitama. Was it Nigimitama? I don't think so. Maybe it was Sakimitama. Because this one has the,
Take a look. Take a look. That all? Take a look.
Yeah, Decoy, which is
Welcome
useless
to the
to me.
Cathedral of Shadows, where demons gather.
Okay, it is Nigimitama from Magic. Perfect. Alright then. So we're gonna want to...
Are you sure? All right.
Welcome, take a look. Anything else?
One more of these, I
That
guess.
all? Take a look.
And now,
Anything take a look. That all?
we're gonna get a bead chain,
That
a
all?
chakra pot,
Take a look.
a whole bunch of soma droplets,
That all? Take that all? Take that all? Take a look.
a whole bunch of bombs of rising,
Take that all? Take that all?
and...
That all? Take a that all? Take that all? Take a look.
Decoy, I ended up with Fizz Drain, on a skill mutation. And I ended up with that fairly early on in the process of fusing all my demons. So the end result was that I propagated it pretty much across everybody. So what we have, for example, Decoy, is this. This. Although this one's not done yet, this I still have a little bit of work left to do on him. This. Fair enough, Julienne, and better for you that you didn't, because they're asking way too much money for this version of the game as it is. Never mind for the expanded version. Or for example, Decoy, this. And this. And not least, this. It is, Julian. They didn't remaster the music. Well, Decoy, we have Debilitate, so as long as the Megiddola, or, you know, Megiddo spammers don't also have Dekunda, we should be okay.
Welcome to the Cathedral of Shadows, where deep... Are you sure?
Oh, nice, Decoy.
All right. Oh?
All right,
All right.
Now we need to go sell some of that stuff. And unfortunately, because there isn't a regular shop here, we have to go to Shibuya to do that. I mean, we could also have gone to Ikebukuro, but Shibuya is a little bit easier because the enemies here are very low level.
Hello there. Hmm?
Alright, so...
Oh, that okay with
that...
Hmm?
This...
Oh, that okay with you? Hmm?
This...
Oh, that okay with you? Hmm?
Which is really superfluous once you have, prayer. And now that we have Samarakarm, we can get rid of all
That
of
okay
these
with
as
you?
well.
Hmm? Oh,
We can get rid of
that
all
okay
this
with you?
garbage.
Hmm? Oh? That okay with you? 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 Hmm?
Haven't heard of it, Julian. No.
Oh? That okay with you? Hmm? Oh? That okay with you? Oh?
No, I want...
That okay with you?
Ah,
Oh?
I want
That
to sell
okay with you?
3.
Hmm? Oh? That okay with you? Hmm?
And these... I'm tempted to sell them, but... I kind of feel like keeping those around is a good idea. Yeah, I don't remember exactly when that starts, Decoy. Oh, no, I haven't heard about any of that, Julian.
Hey-o. Got it.
Actually, let's use that, Vitality Incense. Julian, they were pretty RPG-focused until they found out that they could make extra money selling asset flips of their existing RPGs, which again brings us to the dancing games, Persona Q. I mean, the Persona 4 Arena games aren't really asset flips, but they're definitely not RPGs. Although I think those were done by ArcSys and only licensed by Atlas. Alright, what do we want here? I know what I want.
Welcome to the cathedral.
First,
Are
you
you
register
sure?
this.
Oh? Oh?
Then, we withdraw her because now we can.
Are you sure?
And this will leave us, by the time we get there anyway, it'll leave us enough money to,
All right. Oh?
Right, hang on, actually.
Are you sure? Oh? Oh? All right.
No, Decoy, you misunderstand. I was referring to cheap asset flip games like the dancing games. And then I mentioned PQ separately, not intending that that fall under the umbrella of asset flips. It was just a different type of game. Hello, Hiretsu. I am doing all right, thanks. How about yourself? Yeah, Julian, after Persona 2, the series definitely had a major overhaul in its aesthetic and its themes. And I can understand preferring the pre-Persona 3 aesthetic over the post-Persona 3 aesthetic. I totally get that. Oh, you did, Hiretsu! I am very proud of you! You fused Daisojo and covered all his not weaknesses, but everything he wasn't already strong against. Very good. Very good. Excellent. I am proud of you indeed. Alright. I did say we were going to go do the Kalpas next, or at least whatever of them we can. Because I'm not actually sure how much of them we can access right now with the menorahs that we have. Yeah, Decoy! And we're 7 levels away from being able to fuse him. I believe he's level 40. Yes, Hiretsu, I did. Oh, 37! For some reason I remembered 40. But if 37, so much the better. Then we're only 4 levels away. There is a peephole. Will you look inside? Yeah, why not? Maybe there's a cute girl in there. I love how there's just applause when the curtain opens.
I see you've recovered the menorah from that fiend. I knew that I could count on you, even if the world changed. I believed you would one day learn to wield yourself as a mighty weapon. Here is what my master has to say. It involves the menorah you acquired. For one, it was part of his prized collection.
I mean, generally you only really need one menorah.
As for its deeper nature, the menorahs are flames of life, which control the flow of Magatsuhi within the labyrinth of Amala.
Really, Decoy? I remember it fairly distinctly, I think.
However, they were stolen by terrible fiends. You see, the menorahs grant their possessors unfettered access to the labyrinth of Amala. But that privilege is not intended for just anyone. This place is strictly forbidden to all but those whom my master has permitted entry. That is why we would like to ask of you a favor. Is it possible for you to retrieve the menorahs, the flames that light the floors of the labyrinth? And upon doing so, would you return them here? That is my master's request. to recover the 11 menorahs.
Yeah, Julian, from what I understand, they were always called menorahs in the Japanese version of the game. And they were localized in the original Western versions as candelabrum. I'm not sure why. Maybe there was some concern about offending Jews or something? Although I don't see how simply including menorahs in a game like this would be offensive to Jews. I am one, and I didn't see anything wrong with it. But, for whatever reason, in the localization in the remaster, they've, I guess, gone back to calling them menorahs.
If you are willing to accept the task, then you will be allowed to enter the Labyrinth of Amala.
I'm pretty sure if you tell them no, then you're just locked out of the labyrinth forever. And you can never get in.
I believe that is a fair offer, but it is up to you to decide. Will you do it for my master's sake?
Gimme!
Thank you.
Gimme access to this dungeon with lots of sick rewards.
I knew I could depend on you. That is to say, I knew you would accept our offer. The menorahs tend to attract each other. That is why I gave you one. As long as you have your menorah, you will eventually come across the other. When you retrieve a menorah, please place it on the pedestal in the corresponding floor of the labyrinth.
Yeah, Decoy, I suppose that's possible too.
I will reward you as you return them to their rightful places.
Well, Julian, one thing that I will say about the SMT series is it really does not seem to care which cultures or mythologies it pulls its references from. I mean, you've seen the compendiums in these games. There are gods, demons, minor spirits, and all manner of other entities, supernatural entities from all different cultures. Not to mention, each game seems to have a slightly different focus. Like, the Digital Devil Saga games were all about some Hinduism. And boy, there were, like, Hindu references everywhere. Right down from the names of every location and all of the bigger things, all the way down to the statues of Shiva and Vishnu that you would see in all of the living quarters and all of that stuff. They are, Julian, and in some ways, in some situations, that's an advantage, because it can lead to a lot of different influences from lots of different mythologies and cultures showing up in Japanese games. The problem is, they tend to be really tone-deaf about it, and they don't necessarily distinguish between things that are fine and things that are probably not great to include in a video game. And they often don't do their research on that before they release a game. Although I feel like they're getting a little bit better about it now than they were way back in the day.
If you hold your menorah to the spinning drum of Amala, the device referred to as a terminal in Tokyo, you will be able to enter and leave here freely. Please be careful. I wish you the best.
Encore! Encore!
Preparations are complete. Let us see if our chosen fiend will emerge victorious, if he is the one we have been waiting for.
We see a very, very slight smile there. Decoy, presumably she's just a servant demon. Okay, we don't need to do that again because there's nothing else for us to see there. However, now we have access to the first Kalpa. Each one of these doors leads to one of the different Kalpa levels. And as you clear them and obtain the candelabrum, or the menorahs, as I'm now finding out they're called. Oh, that's right, and there's this. I totally forgot about these sections. There's one of these sections at the very, very end, like at the bottom of the 5th Kalpa, that is really, really good for earning money. 91 Maka. But the damage that you take in there is real damage, and if you hit too many obstacles, you get spit out the other end with, pretty much no health. Justice Flame, there might be, but I don't know which one it is. All I've ever heard was speculation. Well, or just violence in general, Strophheart. You're talking about that old lie that the mainstream media in the West perpetuated back in the 90s and the mid to late 80s, where video games made kids violent. And yet it was fine for adults to watch World War II reenactment dramas that were horribly graphic, and nobody talked about that. But the fact of the matter is, it was just the parents of kids from that generation who bought into that asinine sensationalism. That's what I mean, Drinky. You get reduced to 1 HP when you get to the other end of the tunnel. Alright, so in order to get in here, we put the Menorah of Foundation. And it is a menorah, sort of, except that if it were an actual menorah, it would have 2 more branches, because there are supposed to be 4 candles on either side of the center candle, which is called the Shamas candle. We lit the Menorah of Foundation, which means now we can get in here. Flames illuminate the passage beyond. Okay. This is the Labyrinth of Amala. It is a world completely different from the Vortex world which you came from. It is divided into several regions called Kalpa, and at the very bottom resides our master, the ruler of chaos. If your wish is to pursue the path of creation as a human, then there is no reason for you to stay here long. In other words, get out of my house, unless you want to be in the Demon Club. All right. Oh, actually, Estoma does appear to be working here. That's helpful. Hello, Mark. Welcome. And hello, Vestian. Don't worry about it. The nice thing about streams is that it's fine if you're late for one. FF7 is this week? That I did not know, Mark. I'll have to figure that out as we get there. And actually... I feel like it's only appropriate. Well, Vestian, yes, and I am trying to get better about that personally, but... Alright, well, we're not dealing with this. Later! Even as I express happiness about Estoma actually working, oh, nice, Drinky. I can decoy, but why bother? That's the great thing about having a demon with Truffery and also Mana Aid, because even if you run away from a battle, Mana Aid still gives you bonus MP when the battle ends. Watch Angel's MP the next battle we get into. Like, Truffery costs 25 MP, so we go down to 134 MP, but watch what happens after that. We go back up to 149 because of Mana Aid. Mark, that's just as much down to the actual developers that are working on PS5 games as it is to Sony. Actually, I think there was more down here. Oh, really, Julianne? I mean, I'm not surprised, but boy, game journalists really deserve the flack they get. Oh, wait a minute, that's what it was. Good, thanks for wasting your turns on non-damaging skills, losers. See ya. Oh, my sympathy, Vestian. Oh, that's why Estoma wasn't working. It wore off. This is what I was looking for. I almost forgot about these things. Oh, God. Bye. Oh, for God's sake. Alright, you know what? We still have a good chance of getting the item from this. Okay, 2 Jade. Yes, good, we got him. We did the first fight well, not Dante, Mark. I'm playing the version that has Raido. And we've already done the first fight against Raido. And I think that other door is one way. I believe we can't go through there, so it looks like this was a dead end. No, Julianne, this is a fresh playthrough in this version of the game, but it is not my second playthrough. It's probably closer to my 5th or 6th playthrough total of this game. Yeah, Julian, this is, again, probably more like 4th or 5th time through the game. I've lost track of exactly how many, but it's been a few. No, I have not, Julian. Believe it or not, this is the only game from the mainline SMT series that I've ever actually finished. I'm familiar with Persona 2. But I've never actually finished that one. No, Mark, I have not yet. I thought the broker was in here. Yeah, Haretsu, there are. They're not only how you get most of the treasure, but they're also how you get, through some of the later parts of the labyrinth. I think he was in here. Yeah, this should be him. Yes! It is natural for every living thing to die, therefore medical treatment contradicts nature. So, did you come here to defy nature and be treated? Doctor, after all. Yeah, 2000 Maka. No. Some hell of a doctor this guy is. I think it must be that southern room, then. Any game that I like, Mark, but that was boring or too long? I mean, you could argue that pretty nearly any of the JRPGs I play overstay their welcome after a while with some of the time-wasting side content. Here he is. You're pretty strong. I'll sell you something special. Interested? Wait a minute, your party's full. If you want a new companion, make some room first and come back. Yeah, this, I think, is that Pisaka. Which means I have a choice to make. And as much as I hate to say it, I think since we just updated Jack Frost and he's the lowest level and the least expensive to replace, we'll have to let him go for this. Yes, Haretsu, it has a predetermined moveset that demon that can see through anything. With this guy around, any maze is a piece of cake. Perfect companion when exploring a new area. 15,000 Maka, yes. We purchased the demon from the shady broker. And what we got is essentially a demon that has Troffery, Estoma, Ribarama, Liftoma, Lightoma, Lucky Find, and Watchful. So he levels up even when he's not in your active party. He has the ability to run from battles, which I've already fused onto a bunch of other demons. The only thing he really gives me, though, right now that I don't already have is Liftoma and Lightoma. But they are handy to have later on. The thing is, now that I have him, it's a little bit harder to justify hanging on to Fomer, even though Fomer is a little bit better suited to actual combat. Mark, I mean, what about Nocturne appeals to me? The customization of the demons and the allies in your party, more than anything, Mark, is what appeals to me about these games. So the ability to take a demon whose innate resistances and properties you like and set it up according to your liking and min-max it and give it the most optimal abilities that you can come up with and just squeeze every last possible ounce of performance out of it and try to make it as invincible as you can, and then take it through the game and see how it performs. And then according to its performance, maybe make adjustments to it. I've got nothing else to sell you. Hey, don't worry. Sure, there are other brokers besides me in this labyrinth. Okay. Why is that decoy? It's close enough to a labyrinth. Decoy, are we getting into semantic differences? Because I feel like we might be getting into semantic differences. Oh god, okay, I remember this. This, if memory serves, is the same sort of trap area as in the basement of Anahata in Digital Devil Saga 1. I'll be damned if I remember which solution fits this, this particular puzzle. Oh, good, okay. It wasn't a trap. The labyrinth is a single path. The entrance is the exit. The maze has dead-end paths. I see. Yeah, okay, Decoy, so it is semantics. Alright. Oh god, okay. So this right here is why we want this. Okay, I think this is the exit. Oh god! I remember these two. Gee, you look worn out. Would you like to rest for a while? Only 500 maca. They say only 500 maca, but if you agree, they get you drunk, and they slip you a roofie or something, and then when you wake up, all your money is gone. Fortunately, I don't even have enough money. Oh, is it Decoy? Well, Vistian, I mean, there is that. Yeah, Kritsurus, and I can't even get back at them because they're already dead. Alright, I think... Yeah, this just puts us back here. We're gonna have to go one panel at a time here, I guess. Okay. And we get to that door from here. There's a little recess in the floor here. I'm not sure if that means anything, but I guess it doesn't. What do we have here? Ooh, a Death Stone. That means we can now fuse a Fiend. And then there's this, but... First of all... Man, I love Fizz Drain. Later, idiots. Haretsu, the obvious one right now is Daisojo. Once I have a high enough level to fuse him. I don't want to waste it on Matador, because Matador is really not very good. I mean, he's a competent physical fighter. And definitely better equipped to resist damage than most of the other demons around his level, but... Daisojo is just way better. And I think there are a limited number of Death Stones in the game, aren't there? I don't think you can farm Death Stones. I'm pretty sure that there's a fixed number of them, and you get what you get, and if you waste them, too bad. Oh, you can buy them? I always forget. Yeah, they're like a few 100,000 Maka or something, aren't they, Decoy? Or like at least 100,000? It's been a while. Oh boy, now we get to waste more time. Oh, full Kagutsuchi. Later. Everyone except Demi-Fiend, Critsurse. Yeah, because I can't give it to him yet. Okay, yeah, Decoy, that sounds right. Yes. 100,000 Maka. I thought maybe that might have been the case. Critsurse, you kinda need it on hard mode. Oh, all that for some freaking luck incense. Garbage. Hello, Nightshade. Welcome. No, Haretsu, it's based on your answers to certain dialogue choices. Yeah, Julian, the item that increases a worthless stat which does nothing. Oh, whoa, hang on, I ought to be paying closer attention to where I'm going here. Oh, actually, if I remember correctly, I think that the ceiling above this... The ceiling above this shows you whether or not the tile is safe to stand on. I believe white tiles indicate a safe spot. And the black tiles indicate a place where you'll fall. Oh, that I don't know, Julian. I don't think I've ever noticed that. Really, Decoy? The Magatama alignment matters in this game? Yeah, okay, so... I was correct. You know what? Screw it. I'm just taking it. A chakra pot. Okay, we still got the reward. Oh, okay, Decoy. So the Magatama overrides your other alignment for the purposes of the doors in this area? Interesting. I don't remember ever hearing that before. Decoy, what do you mean? Are you talking about the Magatama only alters your alignment when you gain a level up with it equipped? Oh, blast it. Hello, McDean, welcome! Yeah, Haretsu, you need a minimum of 25 strength for that door, and the stat bonuses from your Magatama do not count toward those. Okay. Gotcha, Decoy. Oh, alright, thanks, Decoy. I don't think I'll have a use for it right away, but I will make a note that it exists. Hello, Chisel. I'm going to leave it to the experts in chat to give you an overview of this game. They can probably describe it in a little bit better detail than I can focus on providing. And if memory serves, I think this here was the way to the second Kalpa. Yeah, okay. Oh, there looks to be stuff I missed. Although I think this is actually the second Kalpa. Because that door, that type of door, is a conditionally locked door. Decoy, you want to take Chisel's question there? I feel like this one's right up your alley. All right.
I see that you have braved the labyrinth of Amala and returned a menorah.
Right, Ultima. I would have loved it if the curtain rose and Lucifer's just sitting there, like, in the middle of eating dinner. And he's like, come back in 10 minutes. Yeah, DevTech, why not? Thanks, Decoy.
I am confident that you will recover the remaining ones, too. You must be cautious, though. The fiends that stole the menorahs are unique and extraordinarily powerful. Now that I think about it, this all started because of one man who caused the conception in the previous world. The conception. Because of it, the Vortex world was born. And Kagutsuchi is the source of power that illuminates this world.
Yeah, Ultima. Just something uncharacteristic and embarrassing. So, Chisel, this exposition is giving you a bit of information that you were looking for.
You, who once lived as a human, must be wandering this world without any understanding. To show you my appreciation for returning the menorah, I would like to share with you my knowledge of the Vortex world, starting with Kagutsuchi. Kagutsuchi is the light whose sole purpose is to empower the one who will oversee creation. Creation is the act of bringing a new world into existence, made possible by the annihilation of the old world.
The developer is Atlas, Chisel, the same as the Persona games. And the art style is probably familiar to you because, all of the character designs were done by Kazuma Kaneko, whose designs persist in the Persona games as well.
Kagutsuchi will then allow a life form of its choosing to determine the course of the new world. There must be those in Tokyo who yearn to be chosen by Kagutsuchi in order to realize their vision.
Ovan, thank you so much for the resub. Welcome back. Really appreciate that. How are you doing? It's good to see you. That it is, Hiretsu.
The shape of the world to come depends on who is chosen.
I don't think I ever noticed it before, but in the HD version of this game, you can actually see that Hikawa, Chiaki, Isamu, and Yuko are standing on the street there. All together for some reason. No, Chisel, you don't have to apologize for asking. It's just that if there's somebody in chat who can answer the question better than I can, I'm gonna pitch it to them. No harm asking.
And what their reason is. In the vast Amala universe, this Vortex world is not the only place where creation occurs. Kagutsuchi rises, matures, and falls in countless other places. There are millions, billions of worlds that you are unaware of, and they all experience the cycle of death and rebirth. That is the way of Amala, as determined by the Great Will. With my master, I have watched how myriads of worlds came into being, how life prospered in those worlds, and how they were destroyed in the end. All that time, seeking the answer to the unanswerable question, why is a world reborn? But now, we may be on the verge of finding the answer. And it is your actions which hold the key. Please retrieve the remaining menorahs as soon as possible, and then return to us. My master has high hopes for you.
Hang in there, KR.
The fallen angel has bestowed upon you great strength. Do not lose your life and let this gift be in vain.
Haretsu, what were they astonished by? Just the complexity of the combat system? Or something else? No, Ovan, the predecessor of Igor is the Cathedral of Shadows in this case. Golf applause. Both, actually, False Scott. I always have a pitcher of water on hand, along with my tea as well, so that I don't get dehydrated. Yeah, Julian, it's a bit of an unusual system. There's a shaft leading downward. Okay. No. I don't think, anyway. Wait a minute, there should be a shortcut back up. Maybe if, maybe if we go further down. Here we go. That was an item. I wish it were just a little bit easier to see around these things. Not to mention easier to control. Oh boy, 173 Maka. Yeah, Ovan, the design of these stages is terrible. Like, it's really hard to see where you are. But it was an interesting idea. Like, it's terrible in execution, but the concept is, genuinely neat. A voice rings out of nowhere.
Fiend, accomplice to the fallen angel.
Oh, this is Metatron.
Do you know what cause you serve? Do you realize which path your actions are leading you down? I have watched your every move from above. You have been seduced by darkness. Now, you are about to defy God's will.
Cool. Sign me up.
To the one with a demon's body and a human heart, heed my warning. End your dealings with the fallen angel before your heart is consumed by darkness.
Nope.
Woe unto you, for you can no longer discern good from evil. In this land where demons of chaos dwell, the last of your humanity will eventually be lost.
You do make choices in this game that determine the ending, Ovan. Yes, there are several different endings.
I pray that you return to your world and rid yourself of darkness before it is too late. Before God's vengeance strikes this cursed land.
You can no longer hear the voice. Well... Will you light the menorah of dignity? I've always found it a bit of a shame that the menorahs all look the same. It would have been nice if they had unique designs. You lit the menorah of eternity. Menorah has been lit. You sure can't wait for the 7th night of Hanukkah. Maybe then you'll get that Lego set you always wanted. Okay, here we go. This should bring us back up top. Yes. But of course, we've got to go through one of those goofy segments again. Yeah, they'll do a lot of that in this game. In these segments, they give you a nice path of money, and then at the very end of the path, they'll put an obstacle. And see, this is what happens. And actually, it's just as well that we leave now, because we need to go heal, and I need to level up my my out-of-battle healer so that we actually get the ability that we need. You can decoy, but there are only certain obstacles you can destroy by punching. Like, you can destroy the big spheres, but I don't think you can destroy the red, rock-looking things.
Hello there. Hmm?
Oh, it's the other way around. Great.
Oh? That okay with you? Hmm?
Hey-o.
Got it.
Okay. So first things first. False Scott, should you buy Bloodstained for the Switch or Salt and Sanctuary? Either one, they're both good games, False Scott, but it depends on what you want to play more. Bloodstained is a somewhat higher budget indie game. Salt and Sanctuary is a more simple, truly 2D side-scroller, whereas Bloodstained has a little bit of 3D to it. But honestly, either one is a good choice, False Scott. They're on sale on the Switch at the moment, and you can only afford one. False Scott, honestly, flip a coin. Heads, Salt and Sanctuary. Tails, Bloodstained. They're both, I would say, equally good games. All right. So,
What
first
an
and
ominous
foremost...
thing you have. Death stones are cursed stones that call upon the forces of death.
Cool. So in other words, they're the food that my high school cafeteria used to serve.
A stone such as this can cast a shadow on my arcane art.
Very good, False Scott. I think you're going to be happy with Salt and Sanctuary.
Under certain circumstances, death will appear and warp the laws of fusion. When this occurs, a fiend, a bearer of death, will manifest itself. Though they are not good, they cannot be classified as evil either. In the end, it is you who will decide their nature. Welcome to the Cathedral of Shadows, where demons gather.
I didn't just test it, Red Hot Boss. I served as a script advisor as well. And I personally know the developers. One of them actually is a moderator on my channel, believe it or not. And I mean, I try to give every game a fair shake, but having played Salt and Sanctuary in its final retail form, as well as Bloodstain, I mean, all I can really say about both of them is that they're both good games, you know? Okay, oh, you know what? We didn't have Pisaka already, so it got auto-registered.
Are you sure? Oh? Are you sure? Oh? Oh?
You know what?
Are you sure?
Just register everyone.
Oh, all right.
Oh, we could fuse Baphomet now. Not that there's a good reason for us to do that, because he kinda sucks. Sato Tahiko I would also like to fuse, but he's a ways off. He, I think, will make a good replacement for Oni, because he has a better ability set and better resistances. And he also, incidentally, uses the exact same body model as Momonofu. If you look at Momonofu's body, you see how he's got the white underclothes and then the blue Yoroi armor? The only thing about Momonofu that's different from Sato Tahiko is his head, his weapon, and Sato Tahiko has that necklace of fangs. But other than that, they're identical. There's Yomotsu Shikome, but she's... I mean, actually, she's not terrible. Fire is her only weakness, and she has a fair amount of, status resistance. She's almost entirely immune to ailments. All she'd really need is physical, but... Oh, she's your current caster, Haretsu. Very good. We're one level away from Mizuchi, although... Yeah, see... Mizuchi is actually not bad. Drain Elec, Null Ice, and dark. So all you'd really need on him is null fire, null light, and null fizz. And you've got almost every element covered. I guess you could give him null force as well to cover everything. And then the only thing that he'd be vulnerable to is ailments. Succubus is not really all that great. Only 1 resistance, 3 starting skills, and the fewer starting skills a demon has, the better, because that's more skills that you can fuse onto them. Light and ailments. So Sarasvati is another good one. Fire, fizz, and dark resist square her away quite well. And she only has 2 starting skills, so she does make a pretty good healer and support demon. Ah, nice, Decoy. Very good. Well, honestly, I think we can get rid of Fomer now that we have this Pisaka. Yeah, you know, I guess we could make Zochoten null, light, curse, and nerve. So he'd need force drain, fizz drain, and at least null dark, because we don't like insta-death attacks. So we'd say, what? Fizz Drain, Dark Might, Avenge, Force Drain. Oh, we'd want to transfer Haso Hapa, though. So some of those other abilities we'd have to replace. Okay. Hey, Sugar Crow, welcome! Yeah, as much as I hate to say it, we might just have to let Fomer go.
All right.
Yeah, Fomer is redundant now. No worries, Sugar Crow. I'm glad to hear you're taking care of yourself. I'm doing all right, thanks. And I hope you're doing all right as well. Yeah, we're gonna have to cut Fomer loose, because not having any free slots is a problem. I'm really glad to hear that, Sugar Crow. It sounds as though the place that you're working at now is a pretty decent place to work, from what I've observed. Alright, so Karasu... We need to get him a couple of levels. Honestly, Hiretsu, it seems to work fairly well. She definitely has a much higher success rate than Demi-Fiend does. Ah, that's awesome, Sugar Crow. I'm glad you finally ended up at a place where the people are decent. Alright, what do I want to do here? Okay. As much as I hate to say it, we need to do something about Karasu. Alright, so let me figure this out. Let me grab the skill inheritance skill update chart. We've got anti-light and null fire. So, Mediorama is rank 8. Null fire is rank 7, which means null fire could become Mediorama. And that would be fine. Or anti-light. Anti-light is rank 5, so that would need 3 levels. I guess I also have to figure out what else I want. Oh, you know what? I think I wanted Null Dark. Because we've got Fizz Drain already. Anti-Light, I think, I was planning on having that become Null Dark. And then Null Fire I was going to upgrade to Mediorama. Alright, as much as I hate to do this, and as much as I wish we didn't have to, we're gonna just do this now. Hiretsu, it's not gonna power up on this demon. He's already used the one power-up that each demon gets. So these are going to exclusively be skill mutations rather than power-ups. No, Decoy. The whole point is, I've got all the other abilities on this guy that I want. I'm going to be using skill power-ups, because Anti-Light and Null Fire are the only remaining skills he has that have not become skills that I want. So I'm not going to refuse him. I've already gone to the trouble of fusing him into what he is now. And all I have left now is just a few more skill mutations for him, and he'll be all set. So what we're going to do, we have exactly enough, in fact, grimoires remaining. Julian, I'm not sure. I know that the mask is something that Onmyoji tend to wear. I'm not sure what its significance is, but there is some sort of symbolic significance to it. Yes, Decoy, that's correct. And it seems that in some situations, even when you fuse that demon into a totally new demon, they still don't regain the ability to rank up another one of their skills. Again, there appear to be some undocumented or poorly documented conditions that affect whether or not a demon has the ability to power up a skill rather than just mutating it. And now comes the unenviable task of re-rolling a fusion, or not re-rolling a fusion, reloading a save file, and leveling up a demon until it learns the skill that you want. And that is why I try to do as much of this as possible off camera. And this is going to be even more irritating because this demon has 2 skills that potentially it can choose to try to change. And if it chooses anti-light, then we won't get Mediorama. Beck and call. Yeah, see, that's not the skill I wanted to change, and that certainly isn't the skill that I wanted that one to change into. Well, Julianne, if you just let it happen at random when you haven't saved first so that you can manipulate what skill it turns into, then yeah, almost everything that it changes into is going to be a downgrade, even though technically it will change into a skill of the rank directly above it. But higher rank doesn't necessarily mean a better skill. Like, I keep getting demons trying to change Dark Might into some garbage skill that isn't Dark Might. And I don't want that, because Dark Might has a very important purpose, which is for cheesing boss fights. And that's perfectly acceptable, Julianne. So if you're not specifically abusing the save load exploit to manipulate what skill you get out of the deal, then yeah, there's no real reason for you to do that. And when you look at what's going on now, it's easy to understand why people don't have the patience for that. Because these old JRPGs were just designed with so little quality of life. They were so clunky. Yeah, Julian, it's sad to me that it took them that long to decide, hey, what if we didn't make life miserable for the player? No, I don't have a life stone. Piss off. Okay, that was the skill that I wanted to change, but Glacial Blast is not the skill I wanted it to change into. Which means we keep going. Yeah, Julian, it's a shame that the Switch versions of these games don't have as much hardware power, so they don't tend to run as well. Diablo 169, this game has a lot more in the way of story paths and endings than most of the Persona games do. And on one hand, it focuses a lot less on interaction between you and your teammates, because your teammates in this game are demons. And there are a few other characters that are non-party members that you do have some intermittent interactions with, but overall there is far less focus on character interaction and a lot more focus on the overarching major players in the story who are pulling the strings behind the scenes, or sometimes pulling the strings from center stage. As to the story itself, it's fairly typical of Atlus games. There often seems to be a post-apocalyptic setting, and there are a lot of common threads between this and the storylines of many of the other games that are developed by Atlus. But the story's not bad, and there are definitely interesting things about it, although, again, it's a more minimalistic story, whereas if you played Persona 3, 4, and 5 especially, the newer Persona games, they front-load the story. There are story beats practically every game day, and in fact, sometimes the story gets a little bit tiresome in those games because it just drags on and on and on, and there'll be like 7 or 8 in-game days worth of consecutive story events that you'll just have to sit through, where they repeat the same information over and over and over again and don't tell you anything new. Whereas here, each story beat is much smaller and more digestible. So it, I guess, maybe could be said that it's the opposite of the story delivery in the Persona games. And if that's your thing, you'll probably enjoy it. If you found yourself playing Persona 4 or 5 and just saying, God, get on with it, then you might enjoy this game a little bit more. Oh, good. Tempest. Another skill I didn't want. Also, this game lacks the insufferable mascot characters that Persona 4 and 5 had. So, as far as I'm concerned, that's a plus for this game's story. Notice I didn't say Persona 3, Citizen Strife, because Koromaru is a good character. And one of the main reasons he's a good character is because he doesn't have an annoying personality, and he doesn't have really idiosyncratic, irritating speech. And he doesn't force you to go to bed when you have plenty of time that you could be spending eating Big Bang burgers. Or out impregnating honor students. Well, Decoy, not only that, Koromaru is the only mascot character where the female characters love to hang out with him, and it actually makes perfect sense. Okay, well, there's Rikarm. If I wanted to rank this up any further, I might keep that around, but I really don't feel like I need Samarikarm on more than one demon, so Julian, I'm referring to the fact that the protagonist of Persona 5 can romance a fairly long list of female students. Several of whom are either honor students or star athletes. Also, for anybody who hasn't seen it... Oh, and before we move on, Diablo, I hope I've answered your question. I hope that was helpful. For anybody who hasn't seen it, although I'm sure the majority of you by now probably have, there's this. And make no mistake, I have great respect for Cassandra Lee Morris. She seems really sweet, and I quite like her. But Morgana... Jalapeno, it's funny you say that, because I believe I remember hearing somewhere that, there were cut lines of dialogue for her where you were originally going to be able to. Yeah, exactly, Haretsu. Exactly. Yeah, Haretsu, I guess they never found a way to work that in. Because her social link is... It's very, very much on rails and story dependent. So you wouldn't really have ended up having the freedom. Artista, depending upon how you look at it, I mean, I think she did a great job as Morgana's voice actress, but I think the writer who wrote Morgana, and whomever made the decision that Morgana was going to be the reason why the game arbitrarily forces you to go to bed when logically there should be no reason for you to go to bed at that time of day, that is a loss. That's a failure of the developer. Exactly so, Haretsu. Oh, you mean Morgana's actual character balancing, Haretsu? Yeah, Morgana was very, very poorly tuned. Well, Venetia, that's because of who that boss is and what his relationship is to the main characters. You're not going to get that level of, all right, buddy, this is personal, with any of the others, you know? Other than maybe the final one. They nerfed him in Royal Haretsu? What did they do to nerf him? I don't remember. Or are you talking about the fact that they nerfed Lucky Punch and Miracle Punch? Venetia, I think it's a little bit more complicated than that. Because if you look at Persona 5 as a whole, if you look at the story from start to finish, it starts off pretty strong, and then the first few palaces where the villains have some relationship to the main characters, those are fairly compelling. They get a little bit less compelling as you go, but after that first few palaces, toward maybe the midpoint of the game or slightly thereafter, the whole plot just starts to really unravel and kind of meander and lose its direction. And that trend is, I think, more to do with development issues. And with the fact that, believe it or not, Persona 5 did actually have its story totally rewritten. Yes, Strife, the story gets sidetracked a lot. And it kind of meanders off in directions that are not necessarily relevant. And the one thing that it does more than anything else that just absolutely grates on my nerves is all of the repetition. All of the repetition that it does. Persona 3 wasn't as bad about it, Decoy. And in Persona 4, honestly, Decoy, the slowest part of the game was in the beginning. Like, that first entire 3 or 3.5 hours of Persona 4 is just setup. You know, just exposition. And it takes bloody forever to get to the actual gameplay. Like, it's just on rails for hours before you actually get to take any kind of control. That's correct, Tactics. Yes, what the developers have said about P5 was that its development was originally started in, I think, 2009 or 2010. And it was originally... Oh, perfect. Null Dark. Well, that's great, but... Well, crap. I do want that skill, but that now means I'm going to have to go another several ranks with Anti-Light in order to turn it into Mediarama. No worries, False Scott. Have a good one. Take care. So what happened with the Persona 5 original storyline is it was originally going to be a story about backpacking around the world. But about a year, maybe 2 years into development, the March 2011 earthquake and subsequent tsunami hit Japan, and it was one of the greatest national disasters and tragedies that's happened in Japan since, like, World War II or the Great Kanto earthquake. And after that happened, the dev team ended up coming to the conclusion that they wanted to do something that was more specific to Japan. They wanted to do a story that was more about... more uniquely about Japan, and that was maybe more meant to give folks in Japan a little bit more of a sense of hope. Or at least I think that's what I remember reading in the interview with them. But they wanted it to focus more centrally on Japan as a result of the disasters in 2011. And so they basically scrapped most of what they'd already done, repurposed what they didn't scrap, and started writing it from scratch. And so the script that they ended up with was not the plan they originally had. And I think at times they really lost the plot. They lost sight of what kind of story they were trying to tell. And they got distracted and sidetracked by trying to add a bunch of fluff that wasn't really relevant to the main story, and then realized after they'd already gotten too far in to go back and change things that, oh wait, we have a whole bunch of characters we still want to introduce, and now we don't have enough time left in the game to introduce them. And that's why the second half, or maybe the last third of Persona 5, feels really rushed. And it feels like suddenly they're trying to move the plot along very quickly to compensate for how slowly it moved during the first half of the game. Because they spent so much time during the first half reiterating information that you only really needed to hear once. Like, I don't remember how many times. I think I ended up counting them, and it ended up being like 6 or 7 times in the space of the couple of months that go by between when you meet this particular character and when her storyline reaches its climax, where there are conversations via text among your party where the character goes, you're talking about the group of main villains in the game, and this character chimes in, "Those are the people who killed my mom." And this happens like 7 or 8 times in the space of, I think, a 2 or a 2.5 month in-game span. And it's like, why? Why do we need to spend 15 minutes talking about this every 4 or 5 days? Exactly, Haretsu, it's that same problem. That's true, Saito. Hifumi was supposed to be a playable character. I believe her weapon, I think she was supposed to be like Yukiko in Persona 4. I think her weapon was supposed to be a Harisen, which is the paper fan. And then they spend way too much time reiterating and rehashing and repeating information that you're already sick of hearing, because once was enough. You've heard it once and now you know it. And then you get to this second half of the game, and you could almost hear the point at which the developers went, oh crap, we need to move this along. We can't continue writing at the pace the first half of the game was written at, because it'd take forever. Yeah, Coffee, it accelerates and then it goes too far in the opposite direction, where during the first half of the game there was too much exposition in a lot of situations, and then during the second half it's like, oh hi, here's Haru. You met her. You've known her for like a week. Okay, now her storyline is basically wrapped up. I hope so too, Decoy. I get the impression that the way a lot of these games get written is that the developers just write them as they go along, and then in the beginning of development, when they're still figuring out what kind of pace they should be writing at, they either end up going too slow or too quick. And then later in development, when they finally get into their groove, they realize, oh, we don't have enough time or money left to keep this consistent. We either have to wrap it up, which means rushing the rest of the story, or we have to pad it out, which means finding ways to add more to the story than what we had originally planned, which usually ends up being fluff. Well, Saito, I think they could do it just fine if they planned the process from start to finish. Like, I get the impression that they didn't have a very concrete long-term plan for how the story would start and how it would progress and then how it would end. I feel like they wrote all of it as they went along, and they didn't necessarily communicate with each other among the people who were responsible for different aspects of development. And they ended up then having that problem where not everybody was on board with what was going on, and then they had to compensate and cut stuff because there was stuff that wouldn't fit. And or they ended up with the opposite problem where there were things that didn't have enough detail that they needed to pad out, but then there wasn't enough time or enough room. And I kind of think that they wrote themselves into a corner, basically, where they normally, ideally, you would have a general storyboard where you had a very good idea of how it started, how it reached the pivotal points, and then how it concluded. But I get the impression they put a lot more thought into the start and into maybe the lead up to the climax than they did into how everything got tied up. Yeah, Upset Coffee, it would have been nice if they had fixed more in Royal, but at that point, most of what they had already written was set in stone. And I imagine that they probably had a limited allocation of time and possibly also a limited allocation of money with which to change things in Royal. Yeah, Venetia, I don't know why, but a lot of developers seem to struggle with providing the right amount of information and providing it in the right way. That's why I've always felt that the Souls games do it really well, where they don't really shove anything in your face. The information is there if you want to go out of your way to find it, but they don't really spoon feed you, nor do they require you to read through massive numbers of like 50-page archives in order to understand the story. You know, they don't shove a ton of exposition text down your throat. But they also don't hold out on you. Well, the earlier games don't hold out on you. Demon's Souls and Dark Souls 1 don't. Dark Souls 2 and 3 and Bloodborne, there are all kinds of things we could talk about how the delivery of their stories was botched, but I've already said everything I have to say about that, so not again. But it's like anything else. I guess game balance is a perpetual struggle for developers, in just the same way that audio balance is a perpetual struggle for content creators. Alright, so unfortunately, since it is more important that we have access to Mediarama now, we're going to keep re-rolling this till we get Mediarama, unless we get Null Dark again, in which case, screw it. I'll tell you what though, Haretsu, I really miss Shuffle Time. I think Shuffle Time was a great system, because it was skill-based. And it also gave you a way of having more control over the stat distribution of your personas, at least in P4G. Haretsu, because I want it on a specific demon. Furthermore, I do not have any money for fusion. Yeah, the fatigue system in Persona 3 was terrible, as was the fact that you couldn't control your team other than your protagonist. Just really backward, ignorant, and dated game design decisions. And in the particular case of not being able to control your party members, it was a very overtly arrogant decision by the developers. We've talked about this before, so I don't really have the energy to rehash it, but... Haretsu, for the Mitama, they do not change the demon you fuse them into. All they do is impart stat boosts, and if that demon has empty skill slots, then whatever skills the Mitama has will be added to those empty skill slots. They threw it away in P3P because people complained so much, Decoy. And for the same reason in P4. Blast it. Yeah, Haretsu, a Mitama cannot overwrite existing skills on the demon you fuse it onto. That demon has to have empty skill slots. Demix, yeah, it looks like people in chat have already given you an answer. My answer is that depends. There are two versions of Persona 3 that are potentially worth playing. Persona 3 Fez is the expanded PS2 version. And Fez is the one probably that you're referring to that has the mod to control your party members. Fez is worth playing because it has some content that P3P does not. However, P3P is also worth playing because it has quite a lot of content that Fez does not, including an entire alternate version of the game with a female protagonist. And in P3P, you can control all of your party members rather than just your protag. So either you would want to play a modded version of P3 Fez, or you would want to play the PSP version, which is P3P. And not only that, Decoy, but you get to save somebody who otherwise had a storyline death. Garbage. Yeah, Haretsu, it's disappointing, although unfortunately not surprising, that they have not brought that back. Hey, Mantis Man, welcome! How are you doing, Mantis Man? It's good to see you. Life Surge. Well... Life Surge is a mutable skill. No, it's not. Life Surge is the third tier version of it. Blast it. Honestly, Thomas of Troy, I would rather see them develop a definitive edition of P3, the way that they did with P4 and P5. Ideally, I would prefer that they combine all of the content from P3 Fez and P3P, including full control of your party and the female protagonist, as well as the answer and that whole expansion. Welcome home, Mantis Man. Glad to have you. And that's the problem, Thomas, is that neither P3P nor P3 Fez are definitive editions of P3. So, the way to solve that problem would be to essentially combine them and do a proper remake and not just a remaster. Blast it watchful again. Hello, Magnus. Welcome. Mantis Man, I tell you what, since you're here, could I trouble you to give my man Magnus a shout-out? Let's get a little bit of love for the man with the chainmail tie. Venetia, I'm inclined to agree with you on that assessment. It's unfortunate, but... I don't really see Atlas as being forward enough to apply that to future games. Gotta have a space in between, Mantis Man. Ah, congrats, Magnus! I've only just picked this back up after, several days of playing other things. Makajamon, blast it. There you go, Mantis Man. Excellent. Thank you. Yeah, Thomas, I feel like it would be less... Well, it wouldn't be that much more effort, I should say, for Atlas to do a proper remake. And a proper remake would give them the opportunity to solve a lot of the problems that the original games had. I'm not specifically on a skill collecting spree, Decoy. I'm after a specific skill. Well, two technically, but the second one is going to require more levels than I am capable of getting this demon right now. Honestly, Venetia, I don't think that really matters. What matters is who's making the decisions. And unfortunately, the people making the decisions at Atlas right now, and for a long time, have been, and I think to a large extent still are, 300-year-old Japanese men. I didn't say you said it was a negative, Decoy. I'm just clarifying. Oh, that'll happen eventually, Decoy. Someone's gonna show up and make a recipe request, at which point all bets are off. Yeah, Decoy, and that's fine. I have nothing against that. I'm all for bringing in new talent. I'm just saying that that talent is going to go to waste if the people making the decisions on how it is used are people with outdated worldviews and outdated ideas on rights management and community interaction and all of that sort of stuff. Well, Thomas, you already just said it yourself. It wasn't exactly a remake, but the game was re-released. Oh, Hamon, okay. This is progress. Decoy, let's say it like it really is. Japan hates change even more than most other countries hate change, which is saying something because most countries already hate change. No, Ovan, it doesn't, and that's the disadvantage to optimizing a demon's skill set. I am trying to get Null Fire to turn into Mediorama. And we have succeeded in... We've succeeded in getting the other skill to level up into a skill that can continue leveling up. So that is good, and I'm going to save now that we've accomplished it. Well, sunglasses, a coat, and changing his name, Thomas of Troy, but yes. No, Venetia, I'm done with MMOs. I can't. I just don't have the time to dedicate to them. Well, not even that upset, Coffee. Their rationale behind all those decisions was, we need to protect all of our customers from spoilers because they're clearly too stupid to be able to protect themselves, so they need us to police the entire internet for them. It's that Japanese attitude that they have a very specific idea of the kind of experience they want the consumer to have, and they will stop at nothing short of ruining the consumer's experience or fighting with the consumer in order to ensure that the consumer has that experience. So it's the attitude that you are going to play this game the way we intended you to play it, and you are going to like it. You know, and if we have to fight you to make you play this game the way we intended, we will fight you. We will DMCA you. You know, they just totally lose the thread of having a community that enjoys the games and that has a good rapport with the developer, because they get so obsessed with this idea that they have to basically go to war with consumers to ensure that consumers play the game they want, the way that they want them to. Because in Japan, it's just the cultural norm that you do what's expected of you by society. And if the game developer expects you to interact with its IP in a certain way, you just do that because you wouldn't want to be different than everyone else. You wouldn't want to rock the boat. And that's why there are examples of companies like FromSoft where they have such a myopic, single-minded, narrow view of how they wanted people to interact with Dark Souls 2 that they actually started banning people from Dark Souls 2's servers, or from Dark Souls 2 online play, I should say, when they detected that people were using third-party tools to enable controller support on PC. Like, people were getting banned in Dark Souls 2. They were getting soft banned or shadow banned for doing nothing more than using DS4 Windows to use a DualShock 4 controller to play Dark Souls 2 on PC. Yeah, well, Dank Memes, that's exactly what I'm talking about, is if it isn't something the developer specifically said that you could do, then we're gonna ban you if you try to do it. And there are numerous other examples of that level of just obsession with forcing the player to interact with the IP only within the very specific provisions the developer specifically says are acceptable. Hello, Pink Drink, welcome! Starter tips. Yes. Cover all of your weaknesses as soon as you possibly can, Pink Drink. Get used to using buffs and debuffs, especially Sukukaja and Sukunda, because accuracy is a real problem in this game. What else? Let me think. Pink Drink, make sure that you talk to as many demons as you can early on and recruit them to your party to round out your lineup. But remember also, Pink Drink, you cannot recruit demons that are higher level than Demi-Fiend, than your protagonist. Blast it! Ah, okay, Pink Drink, excellent. You're a couple of hours in. So some of this you might have already figured out. But yeah, Pink Drink, make good use of your fusion at the Cathedral of Shadows. And do your best to fuse demons with abilities that cover their weaknesses if you can. And also make sure to pay attention to your demon's stats. Like, if you've got a demon, for example, that has high strength, like my Archangel here, make sure you give that demon physical skills. And don't bother keeping magical skills on them, unless it's a magical skill that augments their abilities in some way, like Tarukaja to raise a physical demon's attack power. The Real Steve Loaf, I assume you're referring to Dante from the Devil May Cry series. And yes, he is one of two special guests. The other one is Raido Kuzunoha the 14th from one of Atlus's own IPs, the Devil Summoner series. Core Barrett, we can only hope, but I'm not sure I dare hold out much hope for a Devil Summoner 3. I get a very strong impression that Atlas has just forgotten about that series. They keep bringing Raido back as a guest character, but I don't think he's ever going to get another game of his own. Which is a shame, because there's plenty more room for him to have another game. They didn't in any way conclusively tie up his story at the end of Devil Summoner 2. Great. Well, Decoy, maybe so, as long as it doesn't turn into a full-on Musou game. Because I feel like the battle system in Devil Summoner 2 actually did it quite well. There are certainly plenty that they could improve upon with that battle system to make it more modern, but Musou games just bore me to death. They're nothing but button mashing. And I like to have a little bit more meaningful choice of my actions in battle. You know, I like there to be more weight and more consequence. Yeah, you know, Dank Memes, Platinum would be an interesting studio to pitch that game to. But considering that Raido uses a katana, Dank Memes, and considering how much they love Japanese weapons, I think it would be interesting to see FromSoft do a Devil Summoner game. Since Devil Summoner is more action-oriented. No, you're fine, Pink Drink. I'm not really worried about spoilers for this 18-year-old game. Also, Venetia, thank you so much for the 400 bits. I really appreciate that. For the majority of the time you've spent on JRPGs and the like, the one thing I feel you've had a great grasp on is tempered beliefs. I must ask, what is the craziest game you just enjoy for no intellectual reasons, but pure fun factor? I'm gonna have to think about that one for a minute, Venetia. What is the craziest game I just enjoy for no intellectual reason, but pure fun factor? I mean, this might seem like an obvious answer, Venetia, but Demon's Souls, honestly, with the caveat that I've played so much of it by now that I don't really spend any time on it anymore on stream, and I have nothing left to say about it in terms of making videos or streaming it. Yeah, Coffee, this game came out in Japan, I want to say in like 2001 or 2002, so it might actually be even a little bit older than that. It might be 19 years. Pink Drink, there's also a Magatama that you can get that makes Demi-Fiend immune to wind, and that helps out a lot with Matador as well. Venetia, I hope that answer is acceptable. I hope that doesn't sound like a cop-out, but genuinely, there was never any real intellectual reason why I played Demon's Souls. I played it because it was fun, you know, because it was action-oriented and it had the kind of pacing I liked. It had the kind of build diversity and customizability that I liked. And I enjoyed the co-op and the PvP. I know, Venetia, but there is the... In fact, I might even have a link for it. I do. There we go. Venetia, check that out. You can still play the original game, the PS3 version, with the community server that UV set up. And his community server now also works if you're emulating the PS3 version of Demon's Souls on PC. So you can play the game with RPCS3 and connect to the community servers as well. So that whole problem is solved now. Yeah, Corbarrett, it's kind of a nice way of keeping the original experience alive. Decoy, I've given up on mods for the Souls games. I have yet to find a full-on overhaul mod for any of the Souls games that I have found to be anything more than just minimalistic, uninspired changes, and often really trollish and spiteful tricks played on the player by the modder. Not a single one of those mods has impressed me so far. There's Recarm again. Which under other circumstances I might keep, but it's not what I want here. Yeah, Corbarrett, often these old IPs that get abandoned by their original developers end up being kept alive by their communities. Oh, Venetia, believe me, you're preaching to the choir. Bluepoint took some liberties they had no business taking in the remake. Yeah, I'll look at it a little bit later, Decoy, but I don't have my hopes up. I mean, don't get me wrong, Decoy, I've seen some silly individual mods, like smaller scale mods, for the Souls games that I thought were really cool. Like, I think the Fog Gate randomizer and the enemy randomizer are fun. I think the poorly translated mod is just a barrel of laughs. I adore the idea of that mod in particular. Well, Venetia, Lobos is just a glutton for punishment. I don't know how he does it, or how he manages to have the patience, but... Decoy, it's baffling to me why anybody would want to add Soul Tendency again. It was a cool system in theory, but its execution really was not very good. It was very ill-informed, and I'm saying that despite the fact that Demon's Souls is my #1 favorite game ever. And even I can acknowledge that world and character tendency were very poorly executed. Oh, Mantis Man, you probably watched Charlie play the poorly translated mod, didn't you? Yeah, that's how I find out what a lot of those mods are, is through her. Because every so often she'll decide to do a playthrough of a Souls game, and then she'll just use one of those goofy mods just to spice it up, and between the mods themselves and Charlie's personality, it's just so much fun. For anybody who doesn't know who I'm talking about, let me give her a shout out because she's a very, very dear friend of mine and somebody whom all of you should go check out if you don't already know her. She mainly streams FromSoft games, but she's into other games as well, and she does mix it up now and again. More so now than she used to, actually, which is funny. She used to pretty much be a, almost exclusively, if not exclusively, a FromSoft girl. To the point where she was joking about getting the FromSoft logo tattooed on her butt for a while. I'm not sure if she ever went through with that. But lately she's been dabbling in games like Apex and Returnal and God, what else? Several other games as well. They are, Core Barrett. They're really engaging, honestly, and they add a nice layer of lighthearted humor that that really works well for the Twitch setting. Yeah, Haretsu, any of the Fiends. Because the Fiends always come with, at the very least... Ah, there it is, finally, Mediorama. They always, at the very least, come with, immunity to light and dark, and almost always, if not always, immunity to ailments. And most of them also come with some elemental resistances as well. Oh, Dark Souls 2, by all means, Venetia. The Demon Souls remake would have been fine if Bluepoint had not decided to take some stupid liberties in about 3 or 4 cases of particular design decisions they made. If not for those major 3 or 4 things, I would not have an issue with the remake. Whereas Dark Souls 2 has more problems in it than I even care to try to list. No problem, Haretsu. Yes, Ryuji, it does. But for some reason, early on, it also had a menu option that let you remove the invasion limit, so you could be invaded by up to 5 Black Phantoms at a time, and they patched it out in the last patch. It seemed to be working fine. I don't know why they got rid of it, but for some reason, the last patch included a bunch of changes that just made the game worse. Oh, it's far more than just that, Venetia. Far, far more. Alright. Ryuji, because they weren't listening, and they were just making decisions in a vacuum. And they also, I think, didn't fully understand what was good about the original game. Hey, look who it is! Pandalicia, hello and welcome. Thank you so much for coming to join us. Here is another young lady who deserves a shout-out. Ah, thank you, Mantis Man. Very good. Excellent. Guys, go check out Pandalicia. If you enjoy JRPGs, which I assume you must since you're here, you will really like her. I've seen her playing Final Fantasy VI. I've seen her playing a number of other JRPGs, and also some Call of Duty as well, so JRPGs and first-person shooters is quite the combination. But please, go check her out. She's really sweet and just a really wonderful girl. And she has the most adorable little schnoofy dogs. And I think a cat or two as well, don't you, Panda? As a matter of fact, Panda, it's funny because I have another friend who streams whose username is Corgi Pasta, and she also has a dog, but her dog is not a Corgi, her dog is a Husky. And your username is Panda, but your dogs are Corgis. So it's like everything is all mixed up on Twitch. Yeah, Panda, if you've played Persona 5, a lot of the creatures that you know as personas in Persona 5 are demons that are actual party members in this game. So you'll see some familiar faces. I never would have guessed that, Black Knight Sprite. Decoy Black Mage isn't even a Black Mage, he's actually a bard. And I'm not a spy from Germany, I'm a Russian dock worker. Oh, I'm sorry, Decoy. Tell your father we're done running in circles. I got the skill I wanted, so we can go back to making story progress now. Well, I say story progress, even though I fully intend to go straight back to the Labyrinth of Amala. Yeah, Mantis Man, you're not an anthropomorphic mantis. Everyone lies on the internet. On the internet, men are men, women are men, and little girls are FBI agents. Or Chris Hansen. Ah, hello, Monotone! Welcome! How are you doing? It's good to see you. Okay. Actually, do we get another cutscene now that... I don't think we do. Guys, actually... nothing's going on right now.
What seems to be the matter? My master is resting right now.
We caught him taking a shower.
If you're here for information, I'd be glad to help you.
Mantis Man, you beat me to it! Thank you, although, Monotone does have the ability to shout himself out, but I know he's too modest to do that. So, thank you for doing it for him, Mantis Man. Guys, make sure and go check out my buddy Monotone as well. Monotone does also stream, and he does science streams as well as video game streams. He's a marine biologist, and his science streams tend to focus on marine biology. Although he was for a while doing terrarium building streams, which were interesting as well. And he is now packing up to ship out for his PhD program, which he got accepted to, and as I understand it, a very nice scholarship. And eventually, this is going to result in him going to quite a few places, including Antarctica, where, Monotone, I hope you will take lots of pictures. Ah, very good, Monotone. Well, good luck with your packing up, and congrats on your roommate. This is the roommate you told me about, right, Monotone? And actually, Monotone, when are you shipping out? I want to ask you something.
Very well. I'll try to help you as much as I can. So, what is it that you'd like to know about?
The Vortex World. Oh, wait a minute. Is this just going to be the same cutscene we already... Yeah, it looks like it is. Well...
Kagutsuchi is...
Whoops.
Creation is the act of bringing a new world into existence. How there must... and what...
Okay, then. It's nice that you can replay these, but... Also, Panda, get in here. Oh, a different roommate, Monotone. Okay.
There are millions. Build that. With my intel, all that...
Estimated date for shipping out is July 5th. Okay.
Is there anything else you want to ask about?
Wait, Monotone, you're talking about your new roommate? The lady who's gonna be, who is smart and a nerd and likes watching UFC and doing jujutsu? That's gonna be your roommate?
Then you should get going. I look forward.
Hey, no worries, Panda. Happy to do it. Happy to see you. I really appreciate your dropping by. It's a pleasure and a privilege to have you here. Wow, Monotone. Well, I guess you'll be covered in the event of burglars. Decoy, he will still have internet access. I presume, Monotone, won't you? Oh, I really appreciate that, Panda. That means a lot to me. And believe me, I understand being busy. I am right there with you. Oh, hi, Echo Drop. No, Monotone's roommate is a practitioner of martial arts. And apparently a UFC fan. Satellite only, Decoy, but the research bases there do have internet connections. All right. This is the one I think we want to go in. Now let's see if I can do this without taking a ton of damage. Oh, there's actually, they gave him a little bark. Oh, no, okay, you can punch the orbs. 381 Maka. Ooh, boy. Well, at least we didn't take a ton of damage. Hey, Sylphie, welcome! Actually, speaking of people that that need to get shoutouts, can we get a shoutout for Sylphie, please? Because she is another wonderful young lady who deserves a shoutout. Sylphie is mainly an art streamer, She's primarily an artist, but she does also occasionally stream games as well. And she is really sweet and very chill. So go check her out if you enjoy chill art streams. Oh, that's possible, Decoy. Ah, yes, I think I remember you working on Hades a while ago, Sylphie. You're still playing it. Did you not finish it, or are you just doing successive runs? Oh, wait, no. We don't want to go this way. I've gotten all flip turned upside down. Okay, Sylphie, gotcha. Hey, congrats! Sounds like you've gotten much better at that game. Yeah, Hades is no joke. I could never stream it. It requires way too much focused attention for me. Oh, am I that predictable, Mantis Man? Is it that easy to read? No, you wouldn't, Decoy. Because Hades is the kind of game that I would not have fun playing on stream, because it would be so difficult for me to focus on it. And if I'm not having fun, if I'm just in that mood where I'm not enjoying what I'm playing, and I'm, you guys know me, I don't rage, and I don't get, like, really outwardly frustrated. But, that Franz is not fun Franz to be around. I mean, it's not fun Franz to be, never mind to be around. Mantis Man, I can confirm, you do seem to have quite the attention to vocal nuance, yes. Although I suppose in my case, it's maybe a little bit easier because of the way that I enunciate and the way that I speak. It isn't even typical for the area where I grew up. Like, most New Englanders don't talk like this. It's funny, New England is regarded as being one of the parts of America where the common speech is more formal compared to places like the South or the Midwest, but the average New Englander is a very casual speaker compared to me. Oh, freaking Automod. Decoy, a lot of different birds will do that. Turkeys will do that. What do we have here? Oh, okay. See ya! Yeah, Soul Survivor, exactly. Like, I was born in Dresden, but I only lived in Germany for the first 4 years of my life before my parents decided that Eastern Europe under Soviet rule was not the best place to raise a kid. So long story short, we ended up in Connecticut, and I lived there until I graduated high school, at which point I moved back to Germany. But the accent that I picked up, I guess, is a combination of the general American accent that is common in New England and whatever German accent I had before that then caused me to have to learn to overcompensate on enunciating my English. And I guess kind of hybridized into this. Ah, welcome back, Tiggles, and happy birthday! What kind of cake do you have? Oh, Tiggles, goodness knows you've earned the right to have a little bit of birthday cake even if it's not your birthday. You just like birthday cake. You know what? I can't fault you. I can't even. Well, okay, I rescind the happy birthday and I wish you a happy cake day. Alright, and actually, now that I look at it, I remember exactly what this Kalpa is all about. And this Kalpa sucks. There's Flaros over here who's going to tell us, I just heard a voice coming from your direction. It was like the voice of the universe. You weren't harmed, were you? Listen to him. He cares about us. Nah, I wasn't harmed. There was just some doofy angel who tried to tell me to stop listening to Lucifer, but I didn't pay him any mind. Oh, you are almost exactly my age then, Tiggles. Yeah, Decoy. That's not great. Echo Drop, it would only be by just a few months. Yeah, Tiggles, you're right. I am. I'm a whole 6 months older than you. No, Echo Drop, I turned 36 in May. Oh, here we go. Well, Soul Survivor, if you're a fan of SMT, even if just a casual one, then you will quickly begin to see a lot of recurring designs in the enemies and allies and personas. Soul Survivor, no, that was actually Flaros. That's one of the demons from the Goetia. Decoy, I think we should be okay. Well, Echo Drop, it's all down to personal preference. Some might prefer one, some might prefer the other. A lot of souls have been gathering in the labyrinth. Everyone around here keeps arguing about Gaia and Messiah, whatever those are. I think those are Magatama. Well, if you walk around, you'll see. Well, Decoy, I mean, as long as we get the first move, we can just peace out. Yeah, Haretsu, the Riders are good candidates. Trumpeter, I think, ends up being a decent candidate as well. But the Fiends are just the easiest choice because they all come with a standard set of resistances in addition to some specific resistances per individual. Right, I think we want to go this way. Soul is too busy talking to notice you. Everyone listen. The world has lost its power under the reign of God. Because of that, we are on the verge of destruction. But there is no need to fear. The Ring of Gaia will ensure our survival. Together we will resurrect the strength of the ancient world. The soul is still preaching. I know you can! Yeah, Haretsu, but what you can do is allow Trumpeter to inherit... Hang on, actually, let me take a look. Trumpeter... Trumpeter learns... Oh, okay, yes, I see your issue here, Haretsu. 5 innates is a lot. Although, he does learn Makakaja and Daikaja, so... all you would really need is Tsukukaja, Tarukaja, Rakukaja, and Drain Fizz. And then you can bump off all of his other crap. I guess the only problem with Trumpeter is that he can't, he doesn't learn any skills that can be upgraded or that can mutate. Hello, the Doctor! Welcome! Actually, let's have a shout-out for the Doctor as well, since he is now a full-fledged Twitch broadcaster who has just started his channel and whom I am already noticing is beginning to amass a bit of a following, the Doctor. I dropped in a little bit earlier, yesterday, I think, and I believe I saw 7 or 8 people hanging out with you. So you are already building your audience. Oh, yes, I've seen that one, Sylphie. It's a classic. Thank you, Mantis Man. Oh, okay, Haretsu. I guess if you have more skills that you want to fit on, then yeah, Trumpeter is problematic. Another good one, though, is... Actually, another good candidate... maybe not. Nope. Scratch that. Let's see. Oh, you know what? Another good candidate, Haretsu, is... Oh god, maybe not. It has the right resistances, but... I guess it ends up being the Riders probably are your best bets. And hello, Valkyrie Eden! Welcome! Yeah, Black Rider is pretty customizable. Matador, I think, ends up being decent. Since most of the crap that he has, you're safe to overwrite. Yeah, Jaded Rider, and White Rider actually is really good in his own right because he learns a skill that I think is called God's Arrow, which is guaranteed instant death against any enemy that's not resistant to light. And that's a lot of enemies. Not so many in the late game, but there are even some in the late game that that it does work on, and it can really expedite some otherwise very annoying encounters. Yeah, Jaded Rider, that's the one. God's Bow. No, Decoy, it's not a, it's not a physical attack, it's an elemental skill. You're thinking of the version of it from Persona 5, Decoy. You're thinking of... God, what was it called in Persona 5? It was the gun-type attack that was high damage, high crit. Someone will remember. Oh, I guess a little bit, Sylphie, yeah, where everything is kind of falling apart and the paint is peeling. Yeah, Jaded Rider, the AoE version of it is Riot Gun, and that's the one you're thinking of, Decoy, that was called, Freikugel. But Riot Gun is the AoE, there's a single target one that has a different name. Oh, yeah, okay, the Doctor. Yup, that sounds like him. Oh, mainline SMT. Okay, Decoy. No problem, Hiretsu. Good luck. Oh, wow, well... Ah! Didn't mean to do that, but that's fine. I'll take it. We are just looking for a way to live in peace with nature and the ancient gods. But the Messian Church, brainwashed by a jealous god, won't allow us to do so. I'm telling you, they're the ones who should be oppressed, not us. I do, Decoy, but I think they might have changed it because the reference goes over a lot of people's heads. And it's hard for non-Germanic speakers to pronounce. Oh, Valkyrie... This. And this. They just have generic names because early 2000s localization. And I think they even predate this game by quite a ways in terms of their appearances in the SMT series. So, 90s localization, even more so, was... it left a lot to be desired. I'm not saying they're wrong, Decoy. I'm saying they lack flavor. Oh, okay. A Tetrajo rock. Okay, we want to go this way first, I think. Haratsu, I think just war, plague, death, and famine would be more appropriate. The rider bit is superfluous. No need to make it overcomplicated. Boy, the encounter rate here, though. Ha! Nothing happened. Good job, idiots. You wasted all your turns trying to summon more friends. Now you're here alone. Oh, that's why. I didn't have Estoma active. I thought I did. Yeah, Haretsu, the Black Oozes were... They're those jerks who show up at a party, and then they invite all their friends who weren't given official invitations. No, Decoy, but it'll help thin out the herd, at least. Yes, okay, I remember this. This is these 3 doors in a row. Oh. And it wore off right away. We believe that God's teachings are absolute. Everything is His will. Reality hinges upon His words. You must leave this dreaded place and fulfill the part for which you were originally intended. Yeah, I bet it is, Decoy. The fact that it's as bugged as it is just goes to show that they really did not put a lot of care into the QA for these games. What's in this? Okay, that's just a ladder. That's another ladder. I think that just comes back up from down below if you fall. Yeah, Sylphie, that would be clarified in the credits. I don't remember offhand, but the credits will say for certain whether they hired an external studio to do their debugging or their QA. Okay, Decoy, FF6 was a very small team, but I don't think it was that small. Sakaguchi has said that sometimes they would sleep at the studio, but I think there were a few more people on the team with FF6 than that. Not. These idiots. Okay, and this, I think, is one of those doors that you need minimum stats to go through. The door is locked. Oh, okay. Nope. Yeah, Decoy. Senior people in the hierarchies of Japanese companies often, if not way too often, end up taking credit for the accomplishments of their more junior employees, which is not exclusive to Japan, but it certainly seems to happen there even more than it does in the West. Oh, and Estoma is working even here. That is helpful. I don't know, Decoy. Corporate culture in general just seems really toxic to me. No matter what country you're in, there's always something. If it's not flagrant sexism or nepotism, it's theft of credit for accomplishments or corruption of some kind or another. Yeah, I don't doubt that they did, Decoy. Ah, yeah, Sylphie, that too. You're too important where you are is really just corporate speak for we don't want to pay you a higher salary. To which the correct answer is, if I'm that important, give me some incentive to stay, or I'll find someone else who isn't so attached to keeping me in this same position. Sylphie, if that's the case, then you were never in the final choosing. They're just saying that and they don't mean it. If they meant it, it wouldn't have taken 6 or 7 times. Yeah, Devilish, it's not uncommon. I think we want to drop down not over there, but over here. Yeah, Sylphie, I actually just saw a Bloomberg article not long ago that talked about how, hello, Caleb, welcome. This is it. Employees are quitting instead of giving up working from home. It turns out, Sylphie, they found that on average people are saving $5,000 a year working from home. And this is a widespread thing, apparently, that's going on now, where as offices that are run by old people and boomers are trying to pull the old power play of making you go into work so that they can keep an eye on you and make sure you're actually working. People are saying, nah, screw that. You can have your job, and in fact, you can shove it. Yeah, Decoy, and smart employers will have noticed that their cost for office space has gone down. Yeah, Warrior, exactly. If you can work from home, you should bloody well be allowed to. Yeah, Jaded Writer, and I would be one of the first to leave. Sylphie, and that's exactly what you should do. Their only reason for asking you to come back would be so that they could hang over your shoulder and monitor you as you work, and there's no excuse for that. If you have a clean work record and you've always met your quotas, then there is no reason that they should be insisting for you to come back, and you can tell them to go find someone else, you know? Honestly, you might want to start looking for another position now, because it already sounds like this place has cheated you enough that you'd be better off looking elsewhere anyway. A long, long time ago, I was summoned by a human and we talked of many things. What he had to say was very interesting. Do you want to hear it? Yes. The man used black magic to summon me. This is what he said. Kill the man I hate. I asked, is that what humans do? Kill those they hate? He replied, "If you hate, you kill. That's the way we are." I admired those words. It's so demonic, the true nature of humans. Yeah, Echo Drop, but do you get your quota done at the end of the day? That's all that matters. All that matters is that you have a set amount of work you're supposed to get done. You have a set number of tasks or, you know, whatever your allocation of responsibility is. And if you can get that done within the time frame in which you're supposed to get it done, who cares what else you do? You know, who cares if you need to take a nap? It helps you work more productively. If you want to watch a stream or take a break to watch part of a stream halfway through your workday, do it. Fine, as long as you meet your quota. Yeah, Decoy, it's funny how as soon as you start actually taking care of your employees, their productivity goes up. Funny how that works. Echo Drop, what does it mean that you're project-based? That doesn't tell me anything. Oh, yeah, Caleb, that's common to get critted to death during the tutorial. Wait a minute. What's this? Aha, we should check this out. Oh, ouch, Caleb. Yeah, that's not great. Oh, okay, as long as the project is submitted by the deadline, nothing matters. Yeah, so Echo Drop, then your employers have no excuse to be getting on your case and trying to micromanage your workday. That's one of the reasons I left one of my previous jobs working with kids and young adults on the autism spectrum. Or one of the biggest reasons why I left anyway, was because they became so obsessed with micromanaging every move we made on the job. I finally said, you know what? You guys go find somebody who doesn't mind being micromanaged and who doesn't care about freedom. It must be pretty close to your location then, Warrior. Okay, Oh, okay, Echo Drop, I see. Gotcha, Caleb. Well, Caleb, you're fine as you are. Atlas is asking, or maybe it's Sega that determined the price here, but whatever the case, they're asking way too much money for this game. Even for the remaster. This is an 18 or 19-year-old game, and remaster or not, $50, 40 or 50, whatever it's going for now, is way too much. And $70 for the extended edition is way, way too much. It's just ridiculously unreasonable. Echo Drop, for some people, being in an office just in that environment does help them to be more productive. But people should have the choice, you know? If they have the option of working from home, they should be able to. I work far more productively from home than I do in an office. Oh, okay, wait, no, that's him again. Oh, these punks again. Not messing with them. Oh, okay. This I can deal with. Yeah, Sylphie, and that's just it. Employers tend not to understand or care about how productive you're being if they see you not looking productive. They get so concerned about how it looks that it ceases to matter what you're actually accomplishing. Hello, Rakish Sage. Welcome. Well, that's exactly the point, Jaded Rider. Now we have to kill time. Oh boy. Correct, Sage. Time does not pass unless you move. And it looks as though I ought to be, using Kamudo now. Yes, Caleb, what's your question? What can I do to help? Good, agility incense. So far, all of the incense they've given me is for the useless stats. The boxes you come across that you can't open? These things, Caleb? The mystical chests? You can open them, but when you open them matters. The way these things work is they contain either a good item or a crap item. And you have a higher chance of getting the good item the closer to full Kagutsuchi you are when you open the chest. So what you want to do is open the chest during full Kagutsuchi to guarantee that you get the correct item. Because the closer you are to new Kagutsuchi, the less the chance there is that you'll get the good item, and the more the chance there is that you'll get just a stone. You probably just clicked no, Caleb. Because it does prompt you if you want to open them or not. You want to just open them during a full Kagutsuchi. No problem, Caleb. I'm glad to help. Haretsu, some of them might be random, but I think some of them are fixed. I'm not 100% sure on that. Rakish Sage, the point of that game mechanic is to force you to waste time walking around in circles and getting into battles while you wait for full Kagutsuchi. It's one of those really cheap mechanics that put you in unnecessary danger. Although you can use the Estoma spell to help offset that, because it reduces random encounters. Echo Drop, you mean they switched out a good switch for a bad one? They put in a bad switch in place of the one they switched out, is what it sounds like? Wow, Decoy, that is some shoddy-ass QA. They got measurements that it was bad. Oh, okay. So it sounds like they put in one that was faulty in its place. You're pretty strong. I'll sell you something special. Interested? A demon that can heal anything. You'll be glad to have one around. With that well-rounded bosom, I think anyone would rise to heaven getting healed by her. 30,000 Maka. It's, frankly, not worth it. Because I already have a demon that is capable of this. Apparently, Decoy. But I think he's just trying to troll you. He's like, her well-rounded bosom, he makes you think it's going to be like Lilith or something. But then it's just a, like an animal-type demon. I suppose technically he's not, Decoy. All right. So let me just make a note of where this room is. Okay. Because I think when we come out of here... Yeah, the door is just gone. So some of the doors in here are one way. Caleb, what point in the game are you at right now? How far through are you? Because it sounds like you're still fairly close to the beginning. First visit to Shibuya. Okay, very good. And I think this time we want to go down the ladder in the middle room. You don't want to go any further. It's cursed, you know. Oh, I remember this crap. So what we do here is we have Estoma active. But let's just make sure we do. And I don't believe Liftoma helps here. Yeah, Caleb, this is one of the worst mechanics in any JRPG, where they're like, hey, what if we threw you into a hallway that, watch what happens to our HP when we take a step. Half our HP is gone. No, Demon Samurai, float balls and Liftoma do not work. We take another step. Same thing. Down to 1 or almost 1 HP. So, this is old school JRPG game design. This is what people who made games back in the day in Japan thought was a good idea. And you can get into battles in this hallway. And on top of that, the enemies that you get into battles against are like level 70 or 80 enemies. So if you don't have truffery to instantly escape battles, you're just dead. And yes, Sylphie, his tattoos get red at low health. Unfortunate, Decoy, that they still cling to these mechanics purely for the sake of tradition. No, the color reflects his health, Sylphie. Which is a nice touch. Caleb, you don't have to apologize. The first chance that you have to recruit or fuse a demon that already knows Estoma is... let's see. Archangel at level 20. Archangel starts off at level 18, Caleb, but he will learn Estoma at level 20. The thing is, you can cause skills to mutate, and a lower level skill can become Estoma. So what you can do, Caleb, is you can get a demon that has, for example, Hama or Mudo or Dia or Patra, or like Agilao, Bufula, anti-fire, anti-ice, any of those skills. And you can just get it to within one battle's worth of experience to leveling up, save your game, get into the battle, level it up, wait for it to try to change a skill, and then use this chart to level up that skill until it becomes Estoma. And then you can just reload your save file if you don't get the skill you want, or if the demon doesn't try to change a skill. So in that way, you can get much, much more advanced skills very early in the game. Which is why I am now running around with demons that have skills they never otherwise would have learned. Such as an angel with like life drain, mana aid, fizz drain, force drain, all of that stuff. We are about to get into a battle here, so we have to keep our health fairly topped up if we can. But we also need to make sure... See, look at the enemies we're fighting here. This is Flaros. And Flaros is like a level 60 enemy. Our party is level 30. This is bad news. However, since we were fortunate enough to get the first turn, we can just use Troffery and run away. Decoy, even if we do get back attacked in here, there's a good chance that the enemy will try to use physical attacks to start off with. And if they touch us with even one physical attack on anyone other than Demi-Fiend, they lose all their initiative turns, and we get to run away. Sure, Decoy, there are, but there's still a chance that they'll use physicals. And of course, we get sent on this ridiculous spiral path. Caleb, yeah, what can happen is, if you look at that chart, every skill on that chart that's listed in purple is a skill that can rank up or mutate. And as long as a skill mutates into another skill that is also able to mutate, you can basically keep mutating it and ranking it up and up and up until you get to the rank just before the rank of the skill that you actually want. And then you can save your game and keep ranking up until you get the skill you want within the rank above you. Oh, God. Okay, that's Nyx. We're dead. No, we're not. because Hades Blast somehow managed not to kill Demi-Fiend because Demi-Fiend has Kamudo, and now we can run away. And now we're close enough to the end that we should be able to pull this off. Don't worry about reason, Caleb. Reason is something that determines what ending you get. And on your first playthrough, unless you're going for the extra secret ending, reason is pretty self-explanatory, which is just whichever faction you support, just answer affirmatively to all of that faction's questions. Yes, Aretsu, she is. That's the whole point. That corridor was cursed. And the curse is, first of all, that it does damage to you as you move through it. And also that all the enemies in there can instantly kill you with a single attack if you get unlucky. But the reason that that hallway is as miserable as it is because if you come down here, and you talk to this guy, I can't believe someone would really come all the way down here. You see, I made a bet with a buddy of mine. If someone actually made it this far down, I'd have to give that person a prize. Looks like I lost. Here, take this. Guys, check this out. Check out what this reward is. You obtained 250,000 Maka. I like you. Come back later and I'll tell you something you might want to know. So that's a lot of money. Like, a lot of money. And I knew full well that all else being equal, unless the game decided to be very uncharitable with RNG, which it frequently is, let's not make any pretenses about that, but outside of that sort of eventuality, I knew that I was fully capable of making it down here. And that reward is mine. However, yes, Decoy, we do have to get out, but remember all those doors that I ignored on the way here? Well, guess what? See, we're fine. Even though the protagonist is weak against ailments, ailments don't do damage. And my demon with Truffery with the escape ability acts first. So what you do with these doors is they're meant for you to be able to just get the hell out in a fraction of the time it took you to get in. Nah, Decoy, the only thing in here that scares me is enemies that have the AoE Dyne spells. Physical attacks don't worry me too much because, again, Demi-Fiend has the Kamudo Magatama, which makes him strong against physical. And even though he's weak against ailments, ailments don't really worry me either because Demi-Fiend doesn't act first. Angel acts first, and Angel is the one who has Truffery. The only thing that worries me is elemental AoE magic, which we do not have good defense against. How is that, Caleb? Are you emulating the game or something? Alright, so now... Now we get the hell out of here. Whoops. Did not want to do that. Oh, okay, Caleb. Yeah, maybe don't poison your experience with those the first time around. What you've gotten from them so far is fine, but you might want to turn them off now. I think we want to go here. Although it occurs to me I could go buy that Nue now. Matter of fact, maybe I should. Because it's the only way to get a Nue that's remotely useful. Okay, so we want to go to the far drop point, because that leads down into the room with the broker. But not here. All right. I'll take her. So, what did we get? This is what we got. Look at that well-rounded bosom. Wait, what? So, we get a Nue that knows prayer, all of the status restoration abilities, Samarikarm, which is the full revival skill, and Mana Refill, which gives her, I guess, the ability to recover MP from walking around. Actually, Haretsu, the only useful skill here, or the only useful skills are Prayer, Samarikarm, and Mana Refill. Hello, Eboera, welcome! But, well, now she's a team member, so... Yes, Eboera, that would be the demon that we just bought from that shady broker. And now, I think we want to go down that pit. Oh, good. See, Decoy, this is what I'm talking about. Back attack or no back attack. If they open with a physical, we get a freebie. Oh, I don't ever trust it, Decoy. I'm just saying, I take what opportunities I can get. Also, this freaking maze, I hate this. That's correct, Caleb. You can fuse that pixie into another demon, but do not sacrifice it. Do not use it as a sacrifice. Okay. That's correct, Caleb, yes. You've done your research. Hey, see? There, right there. Oh, come on now. That wall right there. Open your eyes and look. Ah, this. And I think there's a key down here that we need in order to get through one of the other doors. Yeah, okay. I didn't actually get a good look at what we just got. Moon key, okay, yes. So that lets us get through moon doors. Yeah, Caleb, for Lilim, since she's a caster, you're going to want to focus on magic, and ideally, if you can, try to fuse her with, a bunch of different elemental spells. Like, if you can give her Zio, Agi, and maybe Zan, because I think she starts with Bufu already. If you can cover all 4 elements with her, that'll make her really useful for exploiting weaknesses. Yeah, we're just gonna leave. Huh. Yeah, Zio and Dia are fine, Caleb. The way that you become able to have a demon inherit more skills is by having that demon learn more skills. So basically, the more skills a demon has when you fuse it, the more skills that the resulting demon will get. So if you've got 2 demons that each know 8 skills, the demon you get will be able to learn probably 7 or 8 skills. Yeah, Caleb, whatever 2 demons you're using to fuse your Lilim, if you level those demons up a little bit and teach them a few more skills, then Lilim will get to inherit more skills from them when you fuse her. Hi, Pixie and Shikigami. Okay, yeah. Both of those are fairly well suited to magic attacks. Zio, I'm guessing, is coming from Shikigami, because he's a lightning-oriented demon. And then Dia probably from High Pixie. But if you level up your Shikigami and High Pixie a little bit more, you can have Lilim then inherit some additional skills as well from them. And I believe Shikigami eventually learns Tarukaja. And Tarukaja is an attack boost for your whole team. Lilim can inherit Wing Buffet, Caleb, yes. So that will give you a wind elemental attack as well, although not one that you can specifically target. It's an AoE, but it chooses random targets. Yeah, Caleb, any demon that actually has wings is capable of inheriting skills like Wing Buffet. Yeah, buffs are very, very important. Rakukaja especially. Because Rakukaja makes it harder for your party to be killed. Yeah, it's clear that you did, Caleb. I admire the research you've already done. Ah, very nice, Mantis Man. I'm looking forward to seeing it when it's done. Or even when it's in progress. Okay, yes, this is a moon door. And it looks like there's nothing else in here but the cube. And another Death Stone, good. So that'll give us enough to fuse all 3 of the fiends we've fought already. Welcome back, Pandalicia. I appreciate that you were not trying to type in chat while you were driving home from work. Excellent. Pizza is good. I approve. I actually got a couple of frozen pizzas lately from a brand I've never purchased before that I thought were going to be, that I thought had the potential anyway to be pretty good. Because they listed having really good quality ingredients and, they had a really pretty picture on the front of the box, but they ended up being a huge disappointment. Did you play Dr. Cyan? Yeah. The only way to figure out whether or not a product is good is to try it. Ah, Demon Samurai, geez, don't sell yourself short. Couldn't even eat the crust. Yeah, sadly, Plague Doctor, I think the crust might be the best part of this pizza. It's supposed to be a white pizza with truffle sauce, like black truffle sauce. But there's almost no cheese on it, it turns out. which the picture on the box lied about. It's got spinach and mushrooms on it, but the mushrooms on it are raw mushrooms and not cooked mushrooms. So they don't pre-cook their mushrooms before they put them on the pizza, meaning... Demon Samurai, thank you so much for the Prime sub. Welcome to the Ragtime Lounge. Really appreciate that. I was gonna say, your future is probably brighter than you think it is. Well, Echo Drop, I did look at the list of ingredients, and there is a very little bit of black truffle in the sauce, but the sauce is not the problem. The sauce is okay. The problem is the mushrooms weren't pre-cooked, so they're all full of water, and when you bake the pizza in the oven, the mushrooms just release a bunch of water and make the crust soggy, which is why you always pre-cook your damn ingredients on a pizza, whether it's frozen or not. We actually talked about this during the previous cooking stream, why it's so important to pre-cook your ingredients when you're putting toppings on a pizza. So the mushrooms are not only not pre-cooked, but they're not seasoned at all. So they not only release a ton of water and make the crust soggy, but they have very little flavor of their own. And there really isn't much in the way of spinach. So basically it's a flat crust, like a flatbread crust, with a little bit of truffle sauce, way too little cheese, mushrooms that are soggy and flavorless, and spinach that is very, very stingy. Echo Drop, a long cook time doesn't make up for ingredients that aren't pre-cooked. Because what happens is, if you extend the cook time to compensate for all the moisture that the mushrooms release, you just end up with a burned crust, scorched cheese, and there's still a ton of water from the mushrooms. So it sucks. I'm very disappointed. Well, Echo Drop, for reference, this is a thin crust pizza. Which is also really funny, because the box is like 3 centimeters wide, so it makes you think you're going to be getting like a thick crust pizza. But you open up the box, and 3/4 of the box is air, and it's just a thin crust pizza. So even the box is designed to make you think you're getting more than you really are. Last time I buy that brand. Not that I mind having tried it, you know. I just wish I'd only gotten 1 instead of 3. But oh well, I took a gamble on thinking I might like it, but... Echo Drop, I don't think so, because soggy fries at the very... Actually, I don't even know. I'm trying to find even a single defensible quality of soggy fries, and I can't. Hey, congrats, Caleb! Maybe, Panda, but I feel like the fries still have to be crispy to begin with. And if you're sprinkling a little bit of vinegar over them, you then have to eat them before they get soggy, you know? Some people might Echo Drop, but I can't wrap my head around why anyone would. I mean, the one use case I can think of is maybe poutine, where what you have is French fries, essentially, but then you're covering them in gravy and cheese curds. So what you're really using them for is more like a vector for the gravy and the curds. In which case, it matters maybe at least a little bit less that the fries end up soggy, because there's so much gravy and cheese that you almost don't notice the fries are even there. And poutine ends up working well. But well, Echo Drop, the secret is don't bother arguing with those people. You're not going to get through no matter what you do or how you present your side. Mantis Man, let's see. Some pizzas that have the little viewing window in the... Yeah, Mantis Man. I've seen brands that do that, yes. You picked up the pizza, double pepperoni stuffed crust, looked great, fairly well priced, got home, took it out of the box. All the pepperoni on the pizza was pushed into the 3x3 area behind the viewing window. Yup. Yeah, Mantis Man, usually what you can do in those cases is, as long as you kept your receipt, you can take the pizza back to the store and return it. They might look at you funny, especially if you got it at, like, Tesco's, because the poor folks who work at Tesco's are already not getting paid enough to care, but you can do it, and sometimes they'll actually honor the return. Decoy, you can make it at home. It's relatively simple to make. When you're sharing fries with... Oh, okay. You're talking pre-pandemic then, Echo Drop. I see. Yeah, cold fries are certainly not great, Caleb. Although between cold fries or soggy fries, I frankly couldn't tell you which I think is worse. Yeah, Sylphie, I try. The problem is, I went grocery shopping, and I was all out of frozen food for basically contingencies for when I run out of fresh stuff. Because I always try to keep my freezer stocked up with frozen food that I can use either to assemble dishes from scratch or just to have dishes on hand that I can heat up quickly. If, for example, I need to eat before a stream and I don't have time to prepare anything properly. And so I stocked up on frozen food to fill up my freezer, and I just happened to find a brand of frozen pizzas that looked interesting that I thought was worth trying. And I thought, all right, I'll give this a shot, and if it's good, then I'll come back next time and get more. To some extent, though, Sylphie, I'm at the mercy of what's on sale, because I don't just go throwing around money. I don't have a ton of money to throw around. So, I always go to the frozen section and look for what's on sale first, and I look for how much of a sale it is. Like, if it's just marked down 30 cents or something, and it's still a 6 or 7 euro item, I'll probably still pass it. Whereas if it's an 8 or 9 euro item and it's marked down 4 euros, then yeah, I'll take the opportunity and stock up if it's something I know is good. Yeah, Mortiferu, and I'm always an advocate of making things from scratch. It's just, sometimes you just don't have time. You're absolutely right about that, Demon Samurai, and I always encourage people to keep trying, keep preparing the same dish, and keep learning. You know, the more you make it, the better at it you'll get. And then you'll be able to carry those skills over to other types of cooking and other dishes as well. Yeah, Mantis Man, I guess you are probably conditioned to be able to tolerate soggy stuff a bit more. Yeah, Demon Samurai. Ever the dilemma of the home cook. But again, practice, practice, practice. And for me at least, and I try to encourage other people of this as well, cooking is fun. Even if you don't know what you're doing, as long as you keep practicing, you'll eventually start to get results you're satisfied with. And once you start to be satisfied with your results, then you'll start to enjoy the process a little bit more. Plus, it's almost a form of art in a way, where even if you're doing simple layman's home cooking, you eventually become familiar enough with the recipes that you like to make on a regular basis that you can spice them up a little bit. That tired old pan-fried chicken dish, hey, what if I tried that new hot sauce I just bought on this chicken? What if I glazed it with that hot sauce, right? Or what if I tried that new dry seasoning that I got on Amazon or that I found in that Asian store? You know? Just the experimenting and the learning process is fun, and then at the end you get something that you can eat. Yeah, Demon Samurai, if you have a spouse with whom to share the process, I imagine that probably makes it more fun as well. And it also makes it more efficient because you get things done in half the time with 2 people. My personal favorite method of cooking is grilling. There's just something primal and cathartic about having an open fire, either wood or charcoal, and just cooking over the fire and smoke. Something about that just speaks to my soul. I can't quite put my finger on it, but... Throw away money, Caleb? What are you talking about? Oh, okay. You got confused or something and were throwing away money. Gotcha, Caleb. They are fantastic, Mantis Man. And yeah, Demon Samurai, even if you just get yourself a basic, like a Weber kettle grill, there is so much you can do on a kettle grill. You can do direct grilling. You can do hot smoking. You can even do cold smoking if you only use a little bit of charcoal. You can do braising. You can do slow and sear, which is where you put your food on the cold side of the grill to smoke for a little while, and then you switch it to the hot side of the grill and sear it directly over the flame or over the coals. There is so much you can do. You can do smoked fish. You can do smoked cheese. You can do smoked meats. And cooking sausage or any kind of meat or even vegetables over fire just gives you so much better flavor. Yeah, Mortiferous, sometimes you just have to do your own cooking because nobody else knows what you need as well as you do. But that's good because it keeps you independent. On the other hand, it does make it hard to go out to eat. Oh yeah, Demon Samurai, there is nothing nicer in a kitchen than doing your dicing or chopping with a sharp knife. And likewise, there is nothing worse than having to use a dull knife. Dull knives are more dangerous than sharp ones. A sharp knife will do what you tell it to, and it will behave as you expect it to. A dull knife you can't trust, because it has a mind of its own, and it will disobey you. And it is when your knife disobeys you that you get hurt. Yeah, Haji. I know that there are a lot of people with, for example, high blood pressure who have to avoid sodium. And, I mean, it may be out of necessity, but you really are better off doing your own cooking, Haji, because you have total control over what goes into the dish, and you can season it or cook it just the way that you like it. I imagine you have, Mantis Man. Yeah, trying to cut pieces of a model out of a mold without a sharp knife. I bet that's led to painful lessons. Decoy, the secret to carrots is using a heavy knife, like a cleaver type knife. Because a big, heavy cleaver that is properly sharp is much easier to control when you're slicing carrots. And as long as you hold them in the proper way with your fingers curled inward and your knuckles braced against the blade, you'll be fine. Artista, you can order them online, actually. There are some decent knife sharpeners that are available on, like, Amazon or smaller retailers. Yeah, Demon Samurai, MSG is basically just sodium bound to glutamic acid. So, yes. Oh, yeah, Crooked Spiral, I would never use a mandolin without a Kevlar or like a chainmail glove. And even chainmail, you run the risk of dulling the blade of your mandolin if you do hit your hand with it. Well, Decoy, there's always the good old slap chop. But Decoy, there is a technique to it as well, which is you plant the tip of the knife on the cutting board and anchor it. You don't lift the whole knife off the board. Well, Artista, there are individual retailers as well where you can buy more upscale sharpeners. Oh, are they not good at delivering down there, Artista? I guess I could see that. Alright, let me try and figure out where I'm supposed to be going here. I've totally lost the thread. Not that I mind, because we were talking about food, which I enjoy. Where the heck... Okay. Oh, ouch, Mantis Man. Yeah, that's an unpleasant lesson to have to learn. In the long run, Caleb, yes, it is. But for about the first half or so of the game, you're going to want to keep Demi-Fiend magic-oriented. And the reason for that is quite simple. That is because he learns the elemental boost abilities and several elemental AoEs of all 4 primary elements long before he learns any physical attacks that are worth using. So what you're going to want to do to start, Caleb, is you're going to want to teach him Fire, Ice, Elec, and Force Boost. And then you're going to want to give him Shock, Tornado, Ice Breath, and Fire Breath. And you're going to want to stick with that until you start being able to learn things like Focus, which I only just gained access to, and then some other physical attacks. Yeah, Caleb, that's fine. There is actually a room in a dungeon a little bit later on where there's a door that you can only open if you have 25 strength. So if you want to keep focusing on strength and get your strength up to 25, Caleb, you can do that. Demi-Fiend's magic won't be great, but he'll still do okay damage even with a low magic stat. But if you want to start investing in magic now, it's not too late. Oh, you're just using a fist build, Caleb. So, what you're going to want to do then is, if you want to move over to focusing on magic for now, as long as you haven't learned any of the... Well, really the only thing... Whoops, no, we don't want to do this. No, level 11 is not too late to invest in magic at all, Caleb. The way that I've been doing it, Caleb, is I've been kind of leveling them evenly. Strength and magic, but also you want to put a point or two into vitality as well, because vitality governs your max HP, and you don't want to be caught by enemies that deal high damage and have your max HP too low. So, throw even just a few points into magic, and as long as you have the corresponding boost ability, and early on, I think your best bet for that is going to be Watatsumi, because Watatsumi will teach you Ice Breath and then Ice Boost. And that will give you a multi-hit ice attack. And then just after that, you'll gain the ability to use Fire Breath and Fire Boost. And then that will give you good elemental coverage and also good area attacks. You learn Berserk. Okay. Berserk is not great. Berserk is actually, in fact, quite likely to cause you to lose turns because it misses a lot. So unless it also crits at the same time as one of its hits miss, Berserk is a dangerous attack to use. You can decoy, but I find that Fog Breath is a waste on Demi-Fiend because there are demons around the same level that get it. And they're generally a little bit better at using it along with other buffs or debuffs. Yeah, Caleb, Fog Breath is 2 Secundas, that's correct. And the reason that's so important is because the agility stat, which is supposed to determine your character's accuracy, is programmed by an incompetent hack, and it basically stops having any effect on your accuracy to the point where you basically need accuracy buffs and debuffs to be able to hit anything. Decoy, I just feel like there are far more useful things you can have Demi-Fiend do on any given turn than use a debuff. There are a lot of demons that are way better at it than he is. And there are things he's way better at than any other demon, mainly at offense. And I'm pretty sure... this is the second Kalpa, Demon Samurai. Yes, I was going to say, I'm pretty sure that if we drop down here, there's a mystical chest. Yeah, Decoy, there's certainly more than one way to do things. This is just my personal preference. You walked into the wrong room, Caleb? What happened? Oh, did you walk into the Prada room? Yeah, Decoy, it's sad that Demi-Fiend makes such a good support unit, but his ability to use items is something no other demon has. Oh, Caleb, you walked into the club. And you agreed to fight the Nekomata for some information, didn't you? Ooh, a Soma. That actually was worth it. Although now it's going to be a pain in the butt getting out of here. Oh, you just opened a random door, huh? Where at, Caleb? Was that an event? Did you get any dialogue before the Nekomata attacked you? No dialogue, it just showed up. Okay, huh. Ah, okay, Decoy. Yeah, it's really a shame that they never found a solution for that in this game. Oh, that's possible, Dr. Servbot, yeah. I know that there are some enemies in cash cubes in this game, so it could have been one of those. Oh, it was guarding a box with 2 disc charms. Okay. Oh, alright then. This is a dead end. I like it when they waste their first turn using debuffs because it means I don't take damage. Yeah, that's what I thought, Decoy. Oh, this. Ah, this is one of these. It is inscribed, "Here lies Kaiwan." It is inscribed, "Here lies Osei." So these are basically... You get to refight bosses, but I don't think we can do it yet. I think we need some kind of item for this, if I remember correctly. So we have to come back later. Yeah, Decoy, but you need the bell in order to initiate those fights, I think. Yeah, Caleb, there's a reward for refighting all of the bosses in all of the rooms where you can do so. But it's basically like a time trial. Like, there's a turn limit within which you have to defeat the bosses. Oh, hey, it's Shikigami. Shikigami is actually very good in this game. He evolves from... Or, not Shikigami, Shiki-Oji. He evolves from Shikigami. I think we want to drop down the only other... I'm gonna go this way. We want to drop down the only other of the, the drop points here that we have not yet dropped down. Ah, Mantis Man, you've been playing Persona 5. And I think that's this one. Oh, no, it's not. Oh, it was southeast. Yeah, because see, they land in each one of these 4 rooms. We needed to go down the southeast one. Alright, no problem. Easy fix. However, I am going to go save first. Now that we've got that 250,000 Maka. Oh god, no, Hidden Boss. That's not till the 5th Kalpa. That's not for a long time. Actually, I think it'll be faster to just go to the end of this Kalpa rather than trying to backtrack to save. Yeah, okay, I think we want to go this way, because now we have the moon key. And this, I think, leads to the end of the Kalpa. Yep, I think so. Well, Decoy, the simple reason is we don't have the menorahs to get into the next Kalpa. Hello, coasting by, welcome! Oh, and then this lets us leave. But we're not messing with that. Mizuchi, Demon Samurai, we just finished the Kabukicho prison. Alright, excellent. Let's call up my boy Lucifer.
I see that you are making steady progress in recovering the menorahs. By the way, did you not encounter a large number of souls in this realm? They are the imprints of humans in your former world, who were purified by death. Even after drifting to the farthest reaches of Amala, they still cannot let go of the past. Many of them were involved with a man you've met. A man by the name of Hikawa.
Yes, I remember that bastard. Demon Samurai, it's alright. Some of it's better than others.
He is the one who led your world to destruction.
Yes, I was there when he did it. I saw.
You stand here as the result of his acts in the former world. I commend you for making it this far. I wish to tell you something that you, as a human, would not otherwise have learned about his past and what caused the conception. The Ring of Gaia's headquarters.
This, I'm pretty sure, is just the hall from Devil Summoner, where the Yatagarasu speak with Raido.
This is where it all started. They were a group who absorbed all forms of doctrine, for they believed they could discover the truth from chaos. But even within that cult, he was regarded as a heretic.
It's probably behind the camera in this image, Dr. Servbot.
Yes, I am referring to the man who changed your destiny, and that of the world.
I'm pretty sure, Dr. Servbot, that in this game, Hikawa does represent the law alignment.
He firmly believed that his ideal could not be found in reality. That it could only be brought about by his own hand. And ultimately, he reached beyond the scope of mankind and plotted the creation of the world.
JRPG character design, Rakish Sage.
Fate is drawn to a strong will, it seems.
Also, this library is a lawsuit waiting to happen.
As such, he uncovered a crucial method to make his plot a reality. This was the scripture of Miroku, buried deep within the ring's library. With the scripture in his possession, he reconstructed the spinning drum of Amala.
Reconstructed is generous. It literally just appeared out of nowhere behind him.
By deciphering the symbols on the drum, he gained access to the Amala universe and learned of the conception, the fated destruction of the world. That incident at the park followed shortly thereafter. You see, for creation to be possible after the conception, certain preparations were necessary. Thus, the demons which he summoned were unleashed.
Hence the chalk outlines, clearly.
And a bloody act of carnage ensued. This is a man who decided to take control of the inevitable, the death and rebirth of the world.
So Ose is a boss that we actually fought. He was one of Hikawa's minions, and now we see that he was one of the ones who was responsible for the massacre.
Of course, there were those among the Gaians who opposed him, and the Messians tried to stop him as well. But he eliminated both threats at once with the power of his demons. With all opposition removed, he watched silently as the conception took place.
Oh, hello, Shaded Mage Games. No, I've played Nocturne many times before. This is probably my 4th or 5th playthrough. I've lost count at this point. This sort of thing happens when you get old. Oh, okay, Decoy. I don't know how much of that is canon, but I guess it doesn't really matter. When you say the 4 pillars of heaven, are you talking about the 4 heavenly kings? Like Zocho, Komoku, Bishamon, and all of the other stuff? Because that's never mentioned in the game. Like, when you go to that area and do that quest, they don't bring it up at all. Probably not Rakish Sage, no. I doubt that it would.
It was just as foretold in the scripture of Miroku. No, just as he planned after unraveling its prophecy. The Assembly of Nihilo was also formed at that time to aid him in creation. That is what happened in Tokyo. The conception occurred as he planned, and now creation will follow.
Not if I have anything to do with it. LOL.
However, the future is not set. We have yet to see what will happen. Perhaps the world can even be freed from the perpetual cycle of creation. We have faith in you, and will continue to watch you.
Yay! Shaded Games, here's my take on the remaster. The remaster adds some quality of life, which is really nice. However, they are asking way too much money for it. They're asking at least twice what it's actually worth. They have no business asking more than $20 for the base version of this game, and maybe $30 for the deluxe edition. Right now, they're asking anywhere between $40 and $50 for the base edition, depending on what country you live in, and $70 for the deluxe edition. And that is way too much. Way too much. I don't care what quality of life they've added. This is not a AAA current gen $70 game. Oh, nice, Decoy. I really appreciate that. So, Shaded Mage, I would say wait till you see a sale on this game and then get it on sale. No, Servbot, I never did. I never had the ability to play this game on PC. I never had a PC that was capable of emulating it until after I was able to play it on console. I see thou art in anticipation. There needeth not be any reason to hide it. About that, I understand thy joy, I cannot suppress mine own. As another friend to drink mead with, I shall tell thee something interesting. You don't drink mead, you're a statue. If thou takest purple maca in succession, thine earnings shall be even more. Try and strikest anything you can. I have amassed much wealth that way. Ah ha 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 ha. Yeah, that's one other thing that the Kalpas do give you access to, is a place to farm money. Yeah, Sylphie, they are very much banking on that. And yeah, Upset Coffee, Japan is the only country that exists in these games, right? It's like if you play a Western game, America is the only country that exists. Yeah, Plague Doctor, my personal suspicion is Atlas knows better than to price games that way, but that this is Sega being greedy. That's my personal inclination, although I'm not necessarily saying that Atlas is above that kind of greed either, but... Sylphie, there's no excuse for it. They're only priced that way because they're expecting that people will just accept it and pay. there's some purple maca. But I did a very bad job of that. The only one of these tunnel layouts that I ever bothered learning was the very last one, where you end up getting like 35,000 maca per run through the tunnel. And in the original version of the game, that was the best way to farm money. But in this version, if you have the Deluxe Edition, it's more efficient to do it in the DLC areas. Unfortunately, nickel and diming somebody over that sort of content is yet another reason not to buy this version of the game until it is on sale. I think...
Well met, you who were once human. The moment you stepped into this labyrinth, the wheel of fate began to spin.
Time is a loop that repeats itself. However, we serve the fallen angel in order to rise above that fate.
Yeah, Shaded Mage, there's actually... There's a video that I can link for you that shows you how it works. I believe it's, it's in Hell's Vault, which I think is the end of the 4th Kalpa, and it's the tunnel between Hell's Vault and the 5th Kalpa. Here, well, it made games worse when companies started breaking a complete game up into DLC and then charging separate full price for each piece of it as DLC. That certainly didn't help. And if more people would stop accepting that practice, it might become less common, but... Also, it looks like in the related videos tab here, there was somebody's meme video of Demi-Fiend in a nutshell. Well, Echo Drop, that's the temptation is that we would believe that, but that's why people need to yell at these companies on social media and say it's too expensive. You know, there needs to be some form of feedback. And Atlas does give people the opportunity to give them feedback. But there comes a point where, you know, you have to take responsibility for making sure you do your part to help make clear to the developers that, no, you didn't skip this game because you weren't interested, you skipped it because they were asking too much for it.
You wish for the same thing, do you not? We know thou art on a quest to retrieve the menorahs. We, the 4 horsemen, possess what thou seekest.
Well, Echo Drop, like I said, Atlas does specifically have a form that they request feedback from their their audience on, and they do clearly listen because apparently this version of the game exists, according to them, because of feedback they received. And SMT3, I guess, also is going to exist because of feedback that they received on what people are interested in. But, I mean, there's only so much you can do. Echo Drop, you have to remember not to be too cynical. Game companies have to make money somehow, and if people just stop buying their products, then it is incumbent upon them to research why. And if Japanese companies choose not to listen to feedback from viewers when people try to tell them why their games are not selling, then maybe those companies just deserve to go under. The success of the Persona 4 port helped Echo Drop, but the Persona 4 port succeeded because, in part, it was $20. It was the right price point, it was the correct value, and it was a much newer game. Tempest, thank you so much for the resub. Welcome back. Really appreciate that. Sorry to hear about your streak, but that's quite all right. I'm just happy you're here. They do, Shaded Mage. They have it on their website. And my guess is that if this game doesn't sell well, Atlus will have some grounds to go to Sega and say, look, idiots, you asked too much money for this. I think what happened, Echo Drop, is Sega saw that the Persona 4 port did well, and they assumed that they had undervalued it, and they figured that they could bilk their customers for more money, when in fact the Persona 4 port did so well because it was offered at the correct price for its value. Whereas this is being offered at a much higher price than it's worth. So, Echo Drop, ultimately, if they don't figure it out, and if they can't be bothered to listen to their community on why people aren't buying this because it's too expensive, that's their problem. You know, it'd suck to see them go under, but that's life. Oh God, speaking of money. Speaking of money, thank you so much for the $20 donation, Tempest. Tempest says, get that food. Well, thank you. I really appreciate that, and that will be helpful for getting food, Tempest. Thank you so much for keeping the Ragtime Lounge in business and helping feed a hungry spy. Well, Mantis Man, and I think therein lies the trick to filtering out the hot take of, you know, little Timmy on the internet, as opposed to having somebody actually take the time to submit a feedback form and send some constructive feedback to a developer. Because that feedback form Atlus has on their website, that thing takes like 20 minutes to fill out. You know, you have to actually put in some effort. And nobody who doesn't care is going to put in that effort. So on their end, at the very least, it helps to ensure that the feedback they do get is from people who are invested enough in their products to be willing to take 20 minutes, which is a long time on the internet, considering how short the average internet attention span is. It's a way for Atlus to say, okay, they cared enough to fill out this survey. Their feedback is at least worth something to us for the purpose of knowing where our consumer market is trending, you know? Some of them do, Sylphie, yeah. Well, I mean, they watch videos creators make, but a lot of devs will only acknowledge a content creator's video by DMCAing it if they don't like what it says about them. I feel like 30 is still too much, Decoy. If Persona 4 was 20, there is no excuse for this much older game, which still is lacking in quality of life, even with the improvements that were made to it, to be any more expensive than that.
Mine they shall be. If thou canst triumph over us.
Sure, Decoy, but how many people bought the physical edition of Persona 4 port for the PC? Everybody who bought that game on PC got it on Steam, Decoy. I don't know if it had one, Decoy. You said $30 for the physical version. True, Warrior, much more complete. Oh, I see what you're saying, Decoy. Gotcha. You didn't mean P4.
Demi-fiend, you have conquered a number of deaths to reach here.
Yeah, Decoy, but that'd be $5, maybe $10 at most. They are still shamelessly overcharging for it.
Whether it be you or one of us, it is our master's wish that one fiend survive this battle over the menorahs. And when his wish comes true, he shall make the decision to lead his army to the final battle. Do you have the resolve to face us, even if it may cost you what is left of your humanity?
Buddy, I went hollow long ago.
Very well. That is just the answer we were expecting. Then, show us the strength that our master stakes our fate on. We, the four horsemen of the apocalypse, shall meet in the vortex world.
So now that we've freed these guys, we're gonna have to go hunt them down eventually. The four horsemen pieced on out. Yeah, Decoy, and their voices fit. Yes, Demon Samurai. Oh God, but... we can't access the freaking shortcut back. Ugh. How unsporting. Bloody hell. Fortunately, we can use the party girls. The camera angle here has the same problem as the camera in the Demon's Souls remake. Because it's directly behind you, you have very bad peripheral vision in here. You can't see anything to either side. Caleb, this is how you get back and forth between different levels of the dungeon. Yeah, that was in the original, Caleb. This minigame is unchanged from the original. And in the original, this was the best way you had of farming money, Because I'm sure you noticed how you could get Maka during that event, that little minigame. In one of these tunnels much later in this area, you can get as much as 40 or 45,000 Maka if you're lucky and or skilled. You must be thirsty. Here, have a drink. The soul healed you. Go ahead, have some more. You feeling better? Here's some more. Your party recovered some more. You feeling better? Here's some more. Here's some more. Your wallet feels really light. And then you end up back here. So it does look like the amount that they take is capped, and it does look like they took, quote-unquote, only about 5,000 Maka, but that's still 5,000 too much. And before any bloody shenanigans happen, we are going to save. Phew. A flea outside the terminal? What are you talking about, Decoy? What? A flea? I have no idea what you mean, Decoy. White Rider is in a specific location. I don't know what you, Decoy, are you sure? You can spawn at all of them. Okay. For some reason, I think I've only ever had him spawn at that one. Well, I guess I'll have to keep an eye out from now on. Rakish Sage, it is. I don't know why Kaneko-san decided that the back of the neck was the place to put a horn. But for whatever reason, that's where it went. Magic is one way to put it, Rakish Sage. Drug-induced delirium possibly is another, or green tea-induced delirium. Not that I've ever had that happen to me or anything. I don't have a problem. Shut up. Anyway. Decoy, I think the way they explain it in the extended canon is that, that's where he keeps all of the demonic power that he has, or like it's where his power is concentrated, or it's where he keeps the demons that he summons, or something along those lines, where they're stored in the horn because it's a source of power or something like that. I don't remember the exact explanation, but I think it was something along those lines. Some probably nonsense explanation the devs came up with to just explain why he's got a horn in such a weird spot. Yeah, Decoy, something like that. At any rate, we are looking at nearly an 8-hour stream now, and I started a little bit earlier today, but I was wondering why I was getting hungry. So, what I think we're going to do, actually, is we are going to go raid my friend Pandalicia, who was in here a little bit earlier. And I am going to go get some dinner, which actually... What time even is it now? Okay, well, 12:30 a.m. It's a much earlier hour for me. But stick around, guys. Pandalicia is really sweet. And you guys are really going to like her. And she is also playing Dragon Quest XI right now. So I am going to make the effort to send you guys on over to another channel that is playing a JRPG. So please stick around. Let's go make Panda's evening. You guys are also going to adore her schnoofy little dogs. She's got a couple of corgis and I think a cat as well. So stick around for this. It will be well worth your while, I promise. Thank you all so much for joining me today. Thank you all so much for your support, your company, as always. And I look forward to seeing all of you tomorrow. Take care, everyone.